Chapter 130. Although Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting were thousands of meters away, they were also sent flying by the aftershock of the shockwave. Chi-Yu was very smart and did not block it. Instead, he borrowed the force of the shockwave and flew far away. The Beast King floated in the distance and did not move, as though nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the three fierce kings were sent flying hundreds of meters away from the attack. The Chaos King spat out a gust of black fog from his mouth, while the Rock King and the Deep-Sea Abyssal Dragon King had golden and purple blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Although the three of them had restrained their strength in the end, they were still injured by the Beast King's brazen attack. This was an outcome that Chi-Yu had not expected. The three fierce kings were also completely stunned by the scene in front of them. The strength displayed by the Beast King was so terrifying. At this moment, the clothes on his body had completely disappeared and were densely covered with layers of thick stratum corneum. The black fog on his face had also disappeared. What Chi-Yu saw was a huge bull's face, coupled with the huge bull's horns on his head. He looked like a monster with the head of a bull and the body of a human. At this moment, the eyes of the Beast King had turned blood red. His reaction was very fast. He casually waved his hand in the air, and a huge, three-pronged, heaven-dragging trident was already in his grasp. He roared angrily, "Change the heavens." Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting could clearly feel the air around them change in an instant. It was as if they were in the jade, pearl realm technique of 1,000 possibilities and 100 changes. The two only felt their vision blur, and they had actually returned to 100 meters away from the ferocious Beast Kings. In front of the ferocious Beast Kings that were over 100 meters tall, this short distance of 100 meters was practically negligible. At this moment, the three ferocious kings were behind Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting. With a faint, bitter smile on his face, Chi-Yu sent a telepathic message to Wen-Ting. It seems that in the face of absolute power, all techniques are useless. This guy is really too strong. I'm afraid that even the most powerful Kirin of this era will not be his match. Ting-Ting, it seems that we are really going to die on the same day. Wen-Ting nestled in Chi-Yu's arms and closed her eyes. She did not say anything and just quietly stuck to Chi-Yu, waiting for the final moment to come. "King, I didn't do it on purpose." The three fierce kings cried out sorrowfully almost at the same time. They actually knelt down in the air and looked at the huge body of the Beast King in horror. The Beast King snorted coldly and waved the trident in his hand. The King of Beasts coldly snorted, gently waving the trident in his hand. "It has been many, many years since anyone was able to make me angry, but today he did it. You three pieces of trash, why don't you scram to the side? This is the first time and also the last time. If I see you being so stupid again, I will make you regret being born into this world. Scram immediately. Get out of my sight. I don't want to see you." "Yes, yes." The three fierce kings acted as if they had been pardoned and quickly flew away. When it came to flying, the Rock King was definitely the first to disappear. The Chaos King and the Deep-Sea Hades Dragon King also fully displayed their ability to escape. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the sight of the Beast King. At this moment, Chi-Yu suddenly realized a problem. He stared at the Beast King and said in a low voice, "You are injured." The Beast King looked at him coldly and said, "Are you dreaming?" Chi-Yu said indifferently, "If you are not injured, why are you in such a hurry to drive them away? It's a pity that I discovered it a little too late. Otherwise, the situation today would have been different. Whether you admit it or not, I believe in my own guess." The Beast King looked at Chi-Yu and slowly raised the huge heaven-supporting trident in his hand. "It's a pity that you are not a fierce beast. Otherwise, with your help, I am afraid the mythical beasts would have long been annihilated by me." "That's right, I am injured, but aren't you the same?" Transferring the energy of those three idiots probably consumed most of your energy. Even if you use the ultimate Kirin's arm now, I am afraid you will not be able to cause real harm to me. My injury is far less serious than you think. If it had not happened so suddenly, even if those 3 idiots joined forces, they would not have been able to injure me. The reason why I drove them away was because I considered my state after you used the ultimate Kirin's arm kid. You should be proud. Even your tribe members have not seen my true human form. Chi Yu suddenly thought of something. He thought of the legend of the Yan Huang land and said in surprise, "Could you be the Bull Demon King?" The Bull Demon King was a little surprised. "You know me?" "No, that is impossible. Only those gods who are far away from this world know of my existence." Chi Yu suddenly burst into laughter as he muttered to himself, "How interesting! Who would have thought that the king of ferocious beasts would actually be the Bull Demon King? Could there also be a Sun Wukong in this world?" However, the Demon King and Sun Wukong are legends that only appeared after humans entered the feudal society. It seems that those myths are still not reliable. The Bull Demon King growled, "Sun Wukong? What is Sun Wukong?" Chi Yu smiled indifferently and said, "It is someone who can kill you." As he said this, he also knew that myths were just myths. The existence of the Bull Demon King did not mean that other mythical characters existed. The Bull Demon King said, "Kill me? Humph, in this world, there is no power that can kill me. Kirin, Kid Dai, let me feel how much damage your ultimate Kirin's arm can bring to me. Is there really no power that can kill you?" A calm voice suddenly sounded from all directions. The owner of the voice was a woman. Her voice was very calm, but at this moment no one could tell where her voice came from. The Bull Demon King's huge red eyes flashed fiercely, and an incomparably huge aura arose. He did not attack Chi Yu and Wen Ting, because he suddenly felt that an energy that could threaten his life had appeared, and this energy was what he was most afraid of. A faint light appeared out of nowhere, as if it came from nothingness. 2 figures slowly walked out from the circle of earthy yellow light. It was a man and a woman. The woman's body was wrapped in a layer of white cloth that could not be seen. This was the first time Chi Yu saw a cloth since he came to this era. Only her head was exposed, and her long black hair was draped over her back, all the way to her waist. Her appearance seemed very ordinary at first glance, but she had a pair of star-like eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. She calmly stared at the huge Bull Demon King. The man's hands were wrapped around the woman's waist. He was very handsome, with a head of short yellow hair that stood up, and the divine light in his eyes seemed to materialize. His burly body was at least 2 meters tall, and his shoulders were very broad. His entire body emitted a layer of yellow light, and he was covered with a layer of cloth-like armor. The armor looked very exquisite, and if one looked closely, one could see that the armor was actually the scales produced from his own body. At this moment, the Bull Demon King's frozen gaze was focused on the huge sword in his hand, and the heaven-supporting trident in his hand did not move at all. The Bull Demon King saw the huge sword, and Chi Yu naturally saw it as well. It was not an exaggeration to describe the sword as huge. The man who had suddenly appeared was already very tall, but the sword still seemed to be in harmony with his body. The length of the sword was clearly more than 2 meters, and its width was about 25 centimeters. The hilt took up 1/3 of the length of the entire sword. Although it was still in the scabbard, one could clearly feel the invisible pressure emitted from the sword. It was this incomparably sharp pressure that caused the King of Beasts to temporarily stop attacking Chi Yu. The dark yellow scabbard looked very simple, and it was unknown what it was made of. On the hilt of the sword, there was a yellow gemstone the size of a fist, emitting a faint halo. The Bull Demon King's fierce eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Black Tortoise Longjiang to Kirin, Irua, you really came at the right time." The lady smiled, looked at the Bull Demon King, and said, "If I didn't know that the King of Beasts had brought so many beasts to the vicinity of the Tu clan, then I would be ashamed of my name as Kirin. Why? Are you not boasting any more?" The Bull Demon King coldly snorted and said, "Do you think you can kill me with just your strength?" At this moment, The beasts that had been sent flying had already regrouped, and they surrounded the back of the Bull Demon King in a circular arc. The huge aura completely suppressed the three people, including Chiyu. At least from the side, the abilities of the two parties were not on the same level. Irua smiled and said, "That's right, with our strength, we really can't kill you. Even if I were to risk my life and not use the ultimate Kirin arm, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to cause any real harm to you. However, just because we can't, doesn't mean that there is no power in this world that can kill you. For example, it." As she spoke, her gaze landed on the huge sword in the hands of the Black Tortoise and Long Jiang. At this moment, the hand that Long Jiang had previously wrapped around Irua's waist was already holding the hilt of the huge sword. He slowly placed the huge sword horizontally in front of him, and a faint yellow light was emitted from his back, forming a huge halo that completely protected him and Iru. His left hand was holding the scabbard, and it seemed like he could pull the huge sword out of the scabbard at any time. The fierce look in the Bull Demon King's eyes faded a little, and his gaze froze on the huge sword. He said in a deep voice, "The Shenyuan sword?" Longjiang's voice was as sonorous as metal. "That's right, it is the Shenyuan sword. The Shenyuan sword is known as the sharpest sword in the world. I wonder if it has the ability to kill you?" The Bull Demon King snorted in disdain and said, "Black Tortoise, don't think that just because you are one of the 4 guardian divine beasts, you have the right to challenge me. Do you think you can do it? Even if you have the Shenyuan sword, you are definitely not my match. No matter how powerful a divine artifact is, it depends on who is holding it. Do you think you can do it?" Long Jiang said lightly, "That's right, my abilities are indeed far from yours. Even if I have the Shenyuan sword, I am still not your match. I did not expect that the King of Beasts would be a bull. This is also the first time I have seen your appearance. However, even if I am not your match, it doesn't mean that we can't destroy you. Today, even if Irua and I have to risk our lives, we will destroy you with our swords." The Bull Demon King held the trident in his huge right hand and raised it slowly. If the Shenyuan sword was in my hands, I might be able to unleash its true power. What about you guys? You are still far from it. Today is just the right time to destroy 2 Kirin and the Black Tortoise that you brought along. My trip here was not in vain. Irua smiled faintly as her body floated forward. She reached out with her tender right hand and slowly held onto the hilt of the Shenyuan sword. The Black Tortoise changed to a posture of holding the sword with both hands as a huge amount of energy was continuously channeled into the sword. "Bull Demon King, is this how I should address you? Not bad. Your judgment is correct. Neither Longjiang nor I have enough energy to activate the Shenyuan sword. The Shenyuan sword consumes too much energy. However, what if I use the ultimate Kirin arm to activate it? I want to know how many ferocious beasts I can destroy today, including you. If I can kill you, then my death will definitely be worth it for the entire divine beast world." A faint silver light mixed with yellow appeared. Together with the tenderness of Long Jiang, the petite Irua suddenly looked different. Although the sword was not out of its scabbard yet, the almost indestructible sharp aura had already condensed into a formless energy and stabbed towards the Bull Demon King. The huge amount of energy kept rising, causing Irua's long dress to flutter even though there was no wind. Her eyes had already lit up. What was flashing was the silver light that only belonged to the Kirin bloodline. During the confrontation between the two sides, Yu had already grabbed Wenting and flapped his wings. With the help of the golden-winged rock eagle's ability to fly 90,000 miles, he flashed to Irua and Longjiang's side and fought together with them. Feeling the aura from the Shenyuan sword, the Bull Demon King's expression finally changed. He nodded and said, "All right, you win today. Irua Longjiang, you have to protect the Shenyuan sword well. Don't lose it. Let's go." As he spoke, he was still facing Yu, but his body slowly flew backwards. The energy from his body did not decrease. Instead, it increased. 3 sharp tridents pointed at Chiyu and the other 3, and flew away with the tens of 10,000-year ferocious beasts behind him. The energy from Irua's body did not weaken either. At this moment, her eyes looked very gentle, but there was no emotion. Her aura was completely locked on the Bull Demon King. She quietly waited for him to retreat. She did not chase or retreat. Seeing that the Bull Demon King and the ferocious beasts finally disappeared from everyone's sight, the silver glow from Irua's body slowly faded. She seemed to have been hurt. Instantly, her face became pale. She let out a long breath. With the help of Long Jiang, she panted heavily. The energy from the Shenyuan sword also disappeared. Senior, this. Chiyu was about to thank her, but was stopped by Irua. She waved her hand and said indifferently, "Come with us. Let's leave this place first." The moment she finished speaking, Long Jiang hugged her body again and hurriedly headed in the direction of the Earth Race's headquarters. Chiyu saw that Irua was not willing to say more and did not ask further. After all, it was these two who suddenly appeared and saved his and Wenting's lives. He hurriedly flapped his wings and followed behind Irua and Long Jiang. Previously, he had used up a lot of energy. Just now, he had already returned from the second stage of the Kirin transformation to the first stage. That was why his wings turned back to gold. It did not take long. With the speed at which the 4 of them flew, they covered a distance of a few hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. From afar, Chiyu could already see a huge village below them. The houses in these villages were mostly made of wood. Compared to the Mountain Earth race, they seemed to be a little more advanced. The area covered by this tribe looked very big. Not only were they on plains, but they also spanned across a huge river that was about a few hundred meters wide and part of the forest beside the river. One look, and they could not see the end of it. There were at least a few 100,000 people living in this huge tribe. Irua and Long Jiang directly flew towards the center of the tribe. Chiyu and Wenting could only follow them. Although Chiyu used up a lot of energy, with the special characteristics of his source of nature, very quickly during the flight, he absorbed more energy than he used up. The energy in his body was already in the process of recovering. In order not to frighten the Earth race people below them, Chiyu used his own energy to conceal his body. Then he and Wenting changed into the clothes that they brought with them in the Kirin Pearl. They once again looked like ordinary people. Irua and Long Jiang flew all the way to the center of the tribe where there was a hill that was about 100 meters tall before they stopped. From the sky, it was obvious that this hill had an extremely important position in the entire Earth Race tribe. There were at least 10,000 soldiers guarding the surroundings of the hill. These Earth Race warriors were mostly holding weapons that were made of stone or wood. Although it looked a little simple, there were more than 10,000 people stationed here. They did not seem noisy. It was obvious that they were well trained. On the hill, there was a big stretch of wooden houses. Irua and Long Jiang directly landed in front of the biggest wooden house and stopped. Turning around, Long Jiang waved to Chiyu and Wenting and helped Irua into the house. Although Chiyu was very curious as to why these two people did not speak to him, he did not ask much. From the conversation between the Bull Demon King and Irua, Chiyu knew that these two people in front of him were strong practitioners among the divine beasts. Irua was actually a Kirin, just like him. It was just that her element was only earth. Feeling the familiar aura that Irua exuded, Chiyu finally relaxed. One must know that when he was fighting with the Bull Demon King and the other ferocious beasts, he had already made up his mind to die. However, he did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen in the end. It was he and Wenting who were lucky enough to escape. It was impossible to say that he was not afraid. The Bull Demon King's true abilities were too strong, not to mention him. Even if it was one of the other 3 great ferocious kings, he and Wenting would not be able to fight against them. The profoundness of the great transformation of Xuanji realm was why they could last for such a long time. However, they could only last for a while. In the end, they were not able to cause any real harm to those ferocious beasts. As they walked into the wooden house, there was a faint fragrance in the room. The layout of the wooden house was very simple. There were 5 simple wooden chairs on each side of the house. In the center, there were 2 chairs and a table. It looked like a modern conference room, but it was much simpler. There was a big window on each side of the wooden house. In this era, there was no such thing as glass. The windows were made of thin vines and seemed to be used to ward off mosquitoes. Long Jiang helped Yi Ruo to the innermost seat and sat down. He also sat down beside Yi Ruo. A yellow light flashed in his hand and the Xin Yuan sword disappeared. Yi Ruo's face was still as pale as before. At this moment, her gentle eyes looked a little more lively. She pointed to the chairs at the side and gestured for Qiyu and Yi Ruo to sit down. Qiyu held Wenting's hand and sat down beside Yi Ruo. Yi Ruo suddenly coughed twice. Her face that had just turned slightly better immediately became even uglier than before. Long Jiang, who was at the side, was very nervous. He hurriedly took out a small herb and fed it to Yi Ruo. After Yi Ruo swallowed the herb, her face returned to normal. Letting out a long breath, Yi Ruo's face regained some color. Her clear eyes landed on Qiyu's face, revealing a perplexed glint as she said, "Tell me, where did you come from? From what I know, our Kirin clan doesn't seem to have a member like you." Qiyu was stunned. He didn't know how to answer Yi Ruo's question. Tell the truth? However, the truth was too hard for people in this era to understand. Qiyu had a thought and said, "Senior, you should be the high priest of the Earth Race's headquarters, right?" Yi Ruo nodded and said, "That's right. I am the high priest of the Earth Race. Even within the Earth Race, not many people know my identity as Kirin. If you hadn't sent Shi Rue and the others to the clan, we wouldn't have been able to save you. Originally, I didn't believe everything that Shi Rue said. However, when I personally saw the Kirin aura coming from your body, I couldn't help but believe it. I think that the reason why the King of Beasts led so many beasts to surround and attack you is because of the Kirin aura on your body." Qiyu smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid that's the reason. Let me thank the 2 seniors for saving my life." As he spoke, he pulled Ting to stand up and bowed to Yi Ruo and Long Jiang. Long Jiang waved his hand and a faint airflow pressed against the 2 of them. The energy was very mellow, but it gave off a heavy feeling. It was as if there was a wall in front of them. "There's no need to thank me. No matter what, you belong to the bloodline of the divine beasts. We, the divine beasts, are weak now. If we don't help each other, we might really be destroyed by the beasts in no time. You haven't answered Yi Ruo's question. I'm also very curious. Where did you come from?" That Han Chinese saying was probably made up. "I didn't expect that the Kirin clan would have a genius like you. I feel that your age and aura are very young. However, you were able to withstand the attacks of the King of Beasts and the large number of beasts that were more than 10,000 years old. I'm really surprised." Qiyu said, "If I said that it was 70% luck, would the 2 seniors believe me? All right. Since you want to know, I'll tell you the truth." After thinking for a while, Qiyu decided to tell the truth. He could clearly feel that the 2 people in front of him could be trusted. Everything else could be fake, but Kirin's aura was definitely not fake. Yi Ruo's body was emitting the purest Kirin aura. Looking at her, Qiyu actually felt as if he had seen a family member. Yi Ruo was a little surprised as she said, "Luck? Although the Kirin clan is an auspicious sign, in the face of absolute power, what use is luck? Not to mention you. Even our King of Beasts couldn't escape unscathed when faced with so many experts led by the King of Beasts. However, you did it. When Long Jiang and I arrived, we saw the Chaos King, the Great Rock King, and the Deep Sea Nether Dragon King attacking the Bull Demon King. That attack was enough to change the color of heaven and earth. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. Luck is always built on the foundation of power." The bitter smile on Qiyu's face deepened. He realized that being overestimated wasn't a good thing. "Before I tell you, I'll let a friend out." He touched his chest with his right hand. A green and blue light flashed, and the snow girl appeared in front of Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting. It turned out that when they started fighting, although the snow girl transformed into a blade, Chi-Yu never thought of using her. The reason was simple. It was because the snow girl called him daddy. Chi-Yu only treated the cold snow girl as a friend who was in the same boat. However, the snow girl who called him daddy was someone that Chi-Yu couldn't ignore. He knew that the weapon formed by the snow girl would definitely be powerful. However, once it was used, if the opponent had enough power to defend against it, the snow girl might not be able to escape the fate of death. Therefore, after using the 1,000 transformation Big Dipper Realm technique, Chi-Yu immediately kept the sharp blade that the snow girl spoke of into his Kirin Pearl. The Kirin Pearl could only be used by Kirin's source energy. Therefore, even if Chi-Yu and Wen-Ting died in the hands of those beasts, as long as the Kirin Pearl wasn't destroyed, the snow girl could be released when Kirin obtained it in the future. Irua's gaze paused on the Kirin Pearl in front of Chi-Yu's chest. She frowned and said, "Why is the mythological beast king's Kirin Pearl with you? What is your relationship with our king? I've never heard him mention the existence of a descendant like you." Chi-Yu adjusted his mentality and said, "I'm afraid I have to start from the beginning. 2 seniors, please be mentally prepared. I'm afraid it will be hard for you to accept what I'm saying. However, it is the truth." Irua nodded and said, "When I saw the 4-colored auspicious cloud energy on your body, I was already mentally prepared. You have already surprised me enough. I don't care about a little more. Tell me." Chi-Yu took a deep breath and said something shocking. "To put it simply, we don't belong to this era." Irua and Long Jiang were stunned. Irua said, "Era? Don't belong to this era? I don't understand what you mean." Chi-Yu smiled bitterly and said, "If I were you, I definitely wouldn't understand either. The thing is, we can be said to be from countless years in the future. I'm not sure exactly how many years it has been. You can understand it this way. We are from the future. Perhaps you will be able to see some clues from our clothes." Long Jiang said, "Future? You said you are from the future? Young lad, is your brain fried?" Irua wasn't as surprised as Long Jiang. She said thoughtfully, "Let him continue." Chi-Yu said, "It's like this. We are from the future. I won't tell you the details of our era. Even if I did, it would be hard for you to understand. In our era, humans had already become the rulers of the world. I am also one of them. I didn't lie when I said that I am from the Han nationality. I am indeed from the Han nationality. It's just that I am not from this era." At that moment, Chi-Yu tried his best to explain how he, Wen-Ting, and Snow Girl came to this era in a language that Long Jiang and Irua could understand. As he spoke, he kept looking at Irua and Long Jiang's expressions. The 2 of them gradually calmed down from their initial disbelief. The turning point that calmed them down was when Chi-Yu mentioned the reincarnation fruit. "That's it. We didn't even know what the reincarnation fruit was. We didn't expect the green phosphorus tree, splitting lizard, to destroy the reincarnation fruit and send us to this era. At the same time, I became the source of nature. I think that the reason why the King of Beasts led those beasts to attack us was probably because of the news that the Chaos King brought to him. I don't know if we should be considered unlucky. At least, that's what I think. It doesn't feel good to be overestimated by others. If the 2 of you didn't use the Shenyuan sword to scare the King of Beasts away, I'm afraid we would have been destroyed." Chi-Yu finally finished saying what he wanted to say. He heaved a sigh of relief. He could feel that he was mentally exhausted. After hearing Chi-Yu's words, Irua and Long Jiang looked at each other. Suddenly, Long Jiang's figure flashed, and before Chi-Yu could react, Long Jiang had already grasped the wrist of Chi-Yu's right hand. "Don't move." Chi-Yu struggled out of reflex, but soon gave up. He sat there calmly and let Long Jiang's energy flow into his body. He didn't resist at all. A faint light started to circulate around Chi-Yu. Long Zhang's energy entered Qi Yu's body, which was defenseless. Long Zhang's examination was very detailed. He didn't even let go of the tiniest meridian. After about half an hour, the energy that he released slowly went back into his body. Chapter 131. Irua's gentle gaze revealed a thoughtful glint. Her gaze suddenly became very strange, as if she was very excited. However, it was more of a shock. Long Jiang returned to his seat and said, "However, I still have a question. Since your abilities are not strong, and you are not even comparable to the most ordinary Kirin in the Kirin race, why were you able to resist the ferocious Beast King and his subordinates for such a long time? This is indeed hard for me to understand. Of course, it is because the energy in your body is very condensed. However, your energy is ultimately limited. Theoretically, any ferocious king could have easily killed you. Even a 10,000-year-old superior ferocious beast could have killed you. However, you persisted. Can you explain this to us?" Qi Yu thought for a moment and said, "Overall, there are 3 reasons. This is also why I said that luck helped us. I was able to hold on until you arrived. Firstly, my tactics were very reasonable. I made use of the hidden conflict between the ferocious Beast King and his subordinates. At the start, the 3 ferocious kings did not attack us with their full strength. Another important reason is that I have a special ability called the 1,000 Changes Big Dipper Realm Technique. Using this special realm, I was able to control the attacks of the 3 ferocious kings and fight the ferocious Beast King. Unfortunately, my calculations were still wrong. The ferocious Beast King was much stronger than I had imagined. The combined powers of the 3 ferocious kings were still unable to injure him severely. It was a pity. Otherwise, if they were both injured, I might be able to escape with Ting Ting if I mustered all my remaining strength and used the 1,000 opportunities and ever-changing 4 stars domain. It was precisely because of this possibility that I was able to maintain my confidence in the battle against them. That's how we've been since we came to this era. That's why I told Chief Shirwei that we were searching for a ruin left behind by God. Although I am not sure if the heavenly gods really exist. Since the reincarnation fruit has appeared, then the Kunlun mirrors might also be real. Only by obtaining it can we return to our own era." Irua nodded slowly and stood up from her seat. Xiao Chen walked over to Qi Yu and asked somewhat urgently, "Are you sure that is a reincarnation fruit?" Without waiting for Qi Yu's reply, Long Jiang continued, "I can confirm that the meridians in his body have been completely changed. Although he has a human body, after being improved by the source of nature, his body strength and the condition of his meridians are even better than a real Qilin's. Moreover, Kirin's blood flowed through his veins. He could be said to be the real Kirin. It's just that he doesn't have Kirin's true form." Irua's eyes lit up. Her originally gentle gaze was now as resplendent as the stars. Perhaps it was because of her excitement, her voice trembled slightly. "Great, this is really great. Our divine beast clan finally has hope." Qi Yu was stunned and said, "Senior, although I have become the origin of nature, the origin of nature has only strengthened my body. It is very beneficial for my future cultivation. However, it can't directly make me stronger. If I want to become stronger, I'm afraid that I'll need a long period of cultivation. Furthermore, I'm afraid that I won't be able to provide much help to all of you with my strength alone. My real goal is to return to our era. After all, that is the world that belongs to me. I still have many friends and family there. I can't stay here forever." Irua looked deeply at Qi Yu and said, "What if you can't find the Kunlun mirrors? Even if you are unwilling, you can only stay in this era. You are already very talented. The cultivation problem of the 4 auspicious clouds doesn't seem to exist for you. After the improvement of the origin of nature, you are now blessed by the heavens. I dare say that as long as you are given 100 years, you will definitely become the strongest among the divine beasts. As long as you are willing, you will receive the support of the divine beasts. It is almost certain that you will become the next king of the divine beasts. Could it be that our era is not good? Are you unwilling to stay? Chi Yu looked at Irua. He shook his head firmly and said, "That's right. I admit that there are many things that attract me to this era. In this era, there aren't as many lies and schemes as we did. There is no pollution. Everything is so natural. However, this doesn't mean that I am willing to stay. No matter how bad our era is, it still belongs to us. I have to go back no matter what. If I can't find the Kunlun mirrors, I will continue to search until I find it. As for becoming the king of the divine beasts, I have never hoped for it. At the same time, I am not a person who likes to obtain power. The more power I have, the more responsibility I have. I am very lazy, and I don't have the ability to lead the divine beasts. If you are not willing to guide us to find the relics left behind by the gods, then we will find it ourselves." Irua looked at Chiyu as a faint smile suddenly appeared on her face. She shook her head helplessly and said, "Why is every Qilin like this? Not one of them is willing to become the king of the divine beasts. I was like this in the past. My father was like this. Every Kirin is like this. Many beasts are fighting for the position of the king of the divine beasts. As for the position of the king of the divine beasts, every time there is a selection, all the Kirin want to avoid it. They would rather be idle. Sigh, now I completely believe that your Kirin bloodline is very pure." Long Jiang, who was at the side, smiled and said, "Yes. From this point, I am afraid you can't blame him. After all, aren't you the same? In order to avoid becoming the king of the divine beasts, your clansmen try to avoid it before the selection." Chi Yu looked at Irua and Long Jiang in shock and muttered, "It can't be. Are all the Kirin so lazy?" Irua shook her head and said, "No, this is not. It is laziness. It is just that our Kirin prefers freedom and is not used to too much responsibility. If not for the fact that the Kirin clan has a high status among the divine beasts, I am afraid we would have given up the position of the king of the divine beasts. However, other than us, none of the other divine beasts can bear this responsibility. Chi, don't worry. I will not ask you to do this. I only hope that you will always remember that you are a member of the Kirin clan." Chi nodded and said, "That is for sure. The Kirin bloodline has changed my life and brought me a lot. I will always be a Kirin. I am also proud to be a Kirin. Elder Irua, since you already guessed that I would not agree to stay, why did you say that the divine beasts can be saved?" Irua smiled mysteriously and said, "Now is not the time to tell you. When it is time for you to know, you will naturally know. However, Chiyu, before that, I want to hear your opinion on the divine artifacts." Chiyu thought for a while and said, "Opinion on the divine artifacts? In my opinion, a divine artifact is a very powerful weapon. I can only explain it this way. Every divine artifact has different abilities. For example, the ability of the Kunlun mirrors is what I need the most now." Irua said, "You are right, but not completely right. The 10 divine artifacts can be said to be the hope of the gods in the human world. It can also be said to be the love that the gods have for our world. It is an important guarantee for the development of our era. When our world is completely on the right track and will no longer be threatened by unknown factors, the 10 great artifacts will truly disappear." Chiyu said, "Then what do you mean by these threats? Ferocious beasts?" Irua nodded and said, "Ferocious beasts can be considered a part of it. You can imagine what would happen if our world was taken over by ferocious beasts. What would happen? But at that time, the entire world would probably become a battlefield of slaughter. Apart from those who obey me, I would live, and those who oppose me would die. There would be no need for anything else. These are definitely not what the gods want to see. Only a peaceful world is the most ideal for the various races of the Yanhuang land. I have thought about what you said just now. You have shown us the future. Compared to the ferocious beasts, humans are very weak. However, humans have a stronger reproductive ability and higher intelligence than us. It is precisely because of these reasons that we will be replaced by humans sooner or later. This is not a tragedy for the ferocious beasts, but the progress of the times. However, the ferocious beasts are too strong. Hence, in order to promote the progress of the times, the 10 divine artifacts have a reason to exist. Of course, the existence of the 10 divine artifacts can also deal with some unknown factors. As for obtaining the 10 divine artifacts, it can only be explained by the word opportunity. Qiyu suddenly understood and said, "In that case, you were able to obtain the Xianyuan sword because the ferocious beasts are too strong and have reached a level that the mythological beasts cannot contend against." Ruo and Long Jiang looked at each other. Both of their expressions became bitter. Ruo sighed and said, "If the Xianyuan sword really appeared, then perhaps what you said is correct. However, the Xianyuan sword that you saw previously was only formed by our energy. Otherwise, do you think that I would be stingy with my life? If we really had the Xianyuan sword, I would not hesitate to use my ultimate Kirin's arm to activate the power of the Xianyuan sword. Even if I could not kill the Bull Demon King, I would definitely be able to severely injure him. It is a pity that we have already tried for a full 3,000 years and still have not been able to obtain the Xianyuan sword." Qiyu looked at Ruo in shock and said, What did you say? Previously, the Bull Demon King was scared away? The Xianyuan sword is fake?" Long Jiang said, "That's right. How can the Xianyuan sword be so easily obtained? Among the 10 divine artifacts, every one of them is created by heaven and earth. They are all protected by extremely strong restrictions. Even someone as strong as the Bull Demon King cannot break through the restrictions and obtain them. The existence of the 10 divine artifacts is completely in accordance with the will of the heavens. We are just too familiar with the Xianyuan sword. That is why we could use our own energy to imitate the appearance and aura of the Xianyuan sword. Under such a desperate situation, we managed to scare the Bull Demon King away. However, I am afraid that this situation can only happen once. The Bull Demon King is not a fool. He will not be fooled again." Wen Ting, who had not spoken since the start, could not help but ask, "What if the Bull Demon King had seen through us?" Ruo said indifferently, "Then I would have activated the ultimate Kirin's arm. Even if I could not kill the Bull Demon King, I would at least be able to destroy a few of his subordinates. For the unprecedented ink Kirin sword, the risk was worth it." After hearing her words, Qiyu could not help but feel deep respect for her. Ruo and Long Jiang had risked their lives to save him and the others. The way he looked at the two of them became even more respectful. "Seniors, I heard that the Xianyuan sword had been used by Huang Emperor before. Huang Emperor is from the Tu clan. If that is the case, why was the Xianyuan sword protected by the restriction?" Ruo sighed and said, "I have already said that the 10 divine artifacts are all in accordance with the will of the heavens. If we want to obtain them, we need a real opportunity to do so. When the opportunity ends, they will return to where they belong. Just like the previous time when Huang Emperor defeated the Jili people led by Qiyu. The Xianyuan sword disappeared on its own and was once again sealed in the restriction. For the past 3,000 years, we have been thinking of ways to break the restriction. After all, the divine beasts have been completely suppressed by the ferocious beasts. If we want to regain the initiative, we have to first destroy the Bull Demon King. You do not belong to our era, so you do not fully understand how terrifying the Bull Demon King is. Originally, our Divine Beast clan had always held the upper hand in the battle against the ferocious beasts. Although we weren't able to completely annihilate them, we were still able to suppress them. However, ever since the appearance of the Bull Demon King, the situation immediately changed. Under the leadership of the Bull Demon King, the fierce beasts have gone through thousands of years of continuous adjustment, and their strength has already surpassed us divine beasts. The Bull Demon King was an even more terrifying existence. None of us divine beasts are a match for him. You've also seen the situation today. Even with the combined strength of the three vicious kings, they were unable to destroy him, even though he might have been injured. But in an instant, the fact that he was able to withstand such a powerful attack showed just how powerful he was. You should know that each of the three fierce kings is not much weaker than our deep beast king. Their combined cultivation is enough to pose a huge threat to the divine beast realm. If the bull demon king didn't exist, perhaps these powerful beasts wouldn't trust each other, giving us an opportunity to take advantage of. However, after the bull demon king appeared, the beasts became completely united, leaving us with no chance at all. Chiyu nodded and said, "So that's how it is. The bull demon king is indeed powerful, but the 10 great divine weapons are protected by very powerful restrictions. Since you haven't obtained it in 3,000 years, you should think of other ways. Otherwise, the fierce beasts will only become stronger, and the divine beasts will only become weaker. Is there really no other way?" Irua shook her head and said, "If there was a way, we wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Originally, I was hoping that you were the descendant of our divine beast king. Although your current strength is far from enough, with your innate talent, you might be able to become a powerful existence comparable to the bull demon king in terms of divine beasts. Unfortunately, you come from another world. Our hopes can only be dashed." Chiyu said, "Senior, you don't have to be disappointed. Before we leave this world, as long as I'm of use, I will definitely help the divine beasts. After all, I'm also a member of Kirin. Although we are from different generations, I have the responsibility to help my own clansmen." Irua's eyes lit up and she said, "Really?" Chiyu was a little surprised and said, "Of course it's true. Do you think I'll make empty promises? In today's battle, I'm already standing on the opposite side of those fierce beasts. The bull demon king doesn't know my true situation. In his mind, I'm afraid that I'm still a powerful Kirin who can transform into a human. Even if I don't find trouble with him, I'm afraid that he will find ways to find trouble with me." Irua smiled and said, "Since you're willing to help us, then there's a chance for us to turn the situation around. Perhaps we can really destroy the bull demon king. As long as he's gone, then even if we can't obtain the 10 great divine weapons, we can still fight against the fierce beasts. After all, we, the divine beasts, are not so easily bullied. Including me, there are a total of 7 Kirin. As long as we work together, with the help of the other divine beasts, it won't be easy for the fierce beasts to act violently." Chiyu said, "Me? Senior, do you still think that I have the ability to fight against the bull demon king?" Irua smiled and said, "Of course not. With your ability, you can at most fight against a 10,000-year-old fierce beast. You can't even be a superior one. However, this doesn't mean that you can't destroy the bull demon king. I've said it just now. It's a secret now. When it's time for you to know, I'll naturally tell you. I have an idea now. If it's possible, I hope that you can do us a favor first." "Chiyu said, Senior, please say it. As long as I can help, I'll repay you. As long as I can help, I can also repay you for saving my life." Irua said, "Saving you is what we should do. We don't need any repayment. If I ask for your help, there will naturally be repayment. In this world, only our King Kirin knows the exact location of the 10 great divine weapons. He's also the current king of divine beasts. As long as you can help us, I'll bring you to see him and ask him to tell you where the Kunlun mirrors are kept. As for whether you can break the restriction and get the Kunlun mirrors, it will depend on your luck." Hearing this, Chiyu couldn't help but be elated. With the whereabouts of the Kunlun mirrors, he, Winting, and Snow Girl had hope of returning. Looking at Irua, his eyes instantly lit up. He said, "Senior, please say it. I'm willing to help you." Irua said, "To the Earth race, the Xianyuan sword is an absolute totem. I want to ask for your help to go to the Xianyuan tomb where the Xianyuan sword is kept. If we can get the Xianyuan sword, then the resurgence of the divine beasts is just around the corner." Chi Yu frowned slightly and said, Senior, you've worked hard for 3,000 years and still haven't gotten it. I'm afraid. We also. Irua raised her hand and stopped Chi Yu from continuing. She said, You don't have to worry about this. No matter if we succeed or fail this time, it's all your help. It's all your help. I'll bring you to see the King of Kirin. Ask him to tell you where the Kunlun mirrors are. Chi Yu looked at Wenting, and Wenting nodded at him and said, All right, I promise to help you find the Xianyuan sword. However, no matter if it's for the divine beasts or for ourselves, I hope that we can prioritize our safety and not take risks easily. After all, if we lose our lives, everything else is just empty talk. Irua nodded and said, That's natural. We've entered the Xianyuan tomb many times. We know very well what kind of dangers there are. This time, the Longjiang tribe and I will enter the Xianyuan tomb with you. Although I can't say that there won't be any danger, I think that we can at least protect ourselves. You should have noticed that my body isn't very good. This isn't because of the battles with the beasts. Instead, it's because I was too hasty when we entered the Xianyuan tomb. I wanted to forcefully obtain the Xianyuan sword. Instead, I was injured by the sword aura of the Xianyuan sword. Until now, I have not recovered. After that lesson, we are much more careful. Wenting said, Senior, why do you think that we can obtain the Xianyuan sword? Irua hesitated for a while and said, Since you asked, I have nothing to hide. Only the Kirin tribe knows this secret. Actually, not every race can use the 10 great divine weapons. We've worked hard for 3,000 years without any results. This is also one of the reasons. Among the 10 great divine weapons, there are a few that can only be used by humans. The Xianyuan sword is one of them. We have also tried to nurture some human experts to cooperate with us. However, the lifespan of humans isn't as long as us beasts. In just a few decades, no matter how talented a human is, it is impossible for him to become an expert that can fight against the beasts. Thus, our efforts have been in vain. You should have heard of the 4 Clans Hero Tournament. Actually, that was set up to select experts from the various races. From the looks of it, the beasts aren't friendly to humans. Only the Julie people, that stubborn race, can obtain the approval of the beasts. However, the relationship between us godly beasts and humans is friendly. This is also why I was able to become the High Priestess of the Earth race. Under our continuous efforts, the humans have built a good relationship with us godly beasts and the neutral beasts. Other than the Jilly people, the other 4 races of the human race are each protected by a guardian deity. For example, the Earth race is protected by the Black Tortoise Dragon River. The Dragon River is also the guardian deity of the Earth race. The White race's guardian is the Azure Dragon. The Moon race's guardian deity is the White Tiger. And the Fire race's guardian deity is the Vermilion Bird. We tried our best to impart some abilities to the humans. However, the human body structure is too different from the beasts. Thus, it is difficult to nurture true experts. However, Chi Yu is different. Although he is a human, he has the blood of our Kirin. I believe that as long as we have his help, we might have a chance. After all, I have worked hard for 3,000 years. If I don't try, I won't be able to accept it. Chi Yu said, All right, let's go to Xuanyuan's tomb together. However, Senior, your body. Irua smiled and said, Don't worry. My body can still take it. Furthermore, I have you with me. Although I was injured by the sword aura of the Xianyuan sword, and my injuries are very serious, even Water Kirin's marrow cleansing, tendon changing technique can't heal me. However, with you around, things are different. You are the source of nature. You can activate the most primitive power of nature. As long as you are willing to help me, I think my meridians will quickly recover. Chi Yu smiled and said, It's my pleasure. It's my honor to be able to do something for you. Longjiang said, There's no time to lose. I'm sure all of you have expended a lot of energy in today's battle. Rest for today. Tomorrow, please help Irua recover. Let's head to Xuanyuan's tomb immediately. Hopefully, we'll be able to find something there. Qi Yu replied, I don't need to rest. When I cultivate, I will naturally attract energy from the source of nature. I think that as long as Senior Irua cultivates beside me, she will be able to benefit from the source of nature. We can give it a try first. It had been a month since they arrived in this era. His experiences here were more colorful than those of his time. Qi Yu knew that Ruiyue and Mingming must have known about his disappearance. He did not know how much time he would have to spend on the search for Kunlun mirrors in the future, so it was naturally good to shorten the time. He had another reason for going to Xuanyuan's tomb. He wanted to find out how powerful the restrictions protecting the divine artifact were. This was so that he could gain some experience when he was searching for Kunlun mirrors. Irua said, All right, we'll start immediately. Longjiang, I'll have to trouble you to protect us. Longjiang smiled and said, There's no need to talk about trouble between us. Little brother, I still don't know your name. Qi Yu slapped his forehead and smiled. Look at me, I'm so impolite. He hurriedly told Longjiang and Irua their names. Longjiang said, I'll have to trouble you this time. I'll go out and protect you. You can cultivate in peace. Unless the Beast King makes a comeback, otherwise nothing will disturb you. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the room. Looking at Longjiang's disappearing back view, Irua's eyes revealed a tinge of gentleness. She sighed and said, I've troubled him. It's a pity that even though he's also a superior divine beast, he can't reach the level of our Kirin. Qi Yu was stunned. He looked at Irua and suddenly realized that even though Irua and Longjiang seemed to be a couple, her feelings for Longjiang did not seem to be that of a man and a woman. When Longjiang left just now, Irua clearly revealed a guilty look in her eyes. Irua glanced at Qi Yu. She seemed to have seen through Qi Yu's doubts. Are you guessing the relationship between Longjiang and me? There's no need to guess. We're husband and wife. What you're guessing is correct. However, I can't give him true love. That's why I feel guilty towards him. You asked me just now why we would place our hopes for the revival of the divine beasts on some illusory divine weapons. In fact, apart from searching for divine weapons, we also have some other plans. For example, marriage between two powerful divine beasts can easily give birth to powerful offspring. However, the reproduction ability of the Kirin clan is very poor, especially between Kirin and Kirin. Sometimes they can't even give birth to a single child. This makes it more and more difficult for us to pass on our bloodline. It's precisely because the number of Kirin can't increase that the beasts can take advantage of us. Because of this, we came up with a solution. That is to let our clansmen marry other powerful divine beasts. This way, the probability of giving birth to the next generation will be much higher. Even though we can't give birth to a real Kirin, the child that has Kirin's bloodline and the divine beast's power will definitely be much more powerful than ordinary divine beasts. At the same time, we also hope that there would be a mutation that would give birth to a being more powerful than Kirin. However, until now we have never succeeded. Among the divine beasts, other than Kirin, there are the 4 guardian divine beasts. They are the azure dragon, the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. They all have their own powerful abilities. Therefore, they are the first choice for Kirin to marry. Because of this, I became Longjiang's wife. Qi Yu said, Senior, is it because you don't like Senior Longjiang? That's why you said that you can't give him true love? At the same time, I have another question. There aren't many Kirin clansmen to begin with. If all of you marry other divine beasts, won't the bloodline of Kirin be cut off? Irua shook her head and said, Of course, we can't let our clan be cut off. That was why I felt guilty towards the Longjiang Bay City. If we Kirin become husband and wife, we might be able to have a child if we work hard for the rest of our lives. However, there's no such restriction with other divine beasts. Therefore, Longjiang is my husband. At the same time, I have another Kirin's husband. My love can only be given to the husband of the same clan. What? Chi-Yu, Wen-Ting, and the Snow Girl exclaimed at the same time. After all, Yan Huang had once experienced a feudal society. Hence, they could still accept polygamy. However, such polygamy was simply unimaginable. Chi-Yu stared at Iruo in a daze. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Iruo smiled faintly and said, I knew that all of you would be shocked. However, this is something that we can't do anything about. My other husband is the current king of divine beasts. He is also the clan leader of the Kirin clan. Now, all of you should be able to believe why I promised to meet him and tell you the location of the Kunlun mirrors. Chapter 132. Filled with surprise, Chi-Yu, Wen-Ting, and Snow Girl sat cross-legged on their respective wooden chairs and entered into a state of cultivation. 3 days later, a clear river flowed slowly from the west to the east. This river could be said to be the mother river of the Tu clan. There were many Tu clan members, numbering more than 1 million. In the headquarters of the Tu clan, close to 1/3 of them lived. This mother river was called the Qing River. The name was very simple, and it fully reflected the simplicity of the Tu clan. No one knew how long the Qing River was. After all, during the era of the ancient beasts, no one knew how to measure the length of a river. The widest part of the Qing River was 7 to 8 kilometers, and the headquarters of the Tu clan was located at the narrowest part of the Qing River. Here, they had the oldest boats that could travel on both sides of the river. Early in the morning, the sun rose from the east. The bright sunlight shone on the Qing River from the side, giving it a special sense of beauty. The clear river was so deep that the bottom could be seen. It seemed to be only a few meters deep, but those who were familiar with the water knew that this was not the true depth of the Qing River. In the river, some peculiar fishes could be seen swimming freely in this unpolluted, clear river. Chi-Yu, Wen-Ting, Snow Girl, Iruo, and the Longjiang couple stood beside the Qing River, looking at the clear and crystalline river. The 5 of them had different expressions in their eyes. Chi-Yu asked curiously, Seniors, is Xuan Yuan's tomb under this river? Iruo nodded and said, If not, I wouldn't have led the Tu clan to settle down here. This Qing River is very special. On the surface, it doesn't look very deep. However, there are many whirlpools at the bottom of the river. One of them is the path that leads to Xuan Yuan's tomb. Because of its uniqueness, it is very secretive. The beasts have been searching for the 10 great divine weapons. The reason why they couldn't find their targets is because of the secrecy of the 10 great divine weapons. Wen-Ting blushed and said, But I don't know how to swim. Furthermore, I am of the fire attribute. Iruo smiled and said, It's okay. With the black tortoise here, the water won't be an obstacle for us. Longjiang smiled and said, You just need to wait until we reach Xuan Yuan's tomb. As he spoke, he shouted, and his huge body suddenly rose into the air and landed in the Qing River. Just as he was about to reach the surface of the river, Longjiang's body suddenly became perpendicular to the surface of the river. Immediately after, an intense yellow light surged from his body. The slowly flowing river suddenly stopped for a moment. In the next moment, Longjiang's body landed steadily on the surface of the Qing River. The yellow light grew larger and larger until it was so intense that no one could look at it directly. The area covered by the light expanded outwards. Longjiang's body had already disappeared. When Chi-Yu and the other 2 regained their vision, they could feel an incomparably heavy pressure emanating from the green river. In front of them, a giant turtle floated on the surface of the river. The turtle's body was oval in shape, and there was a black shell on its back. The patterns on the turtle's shell were golden and exceptionally clear under the rays of the morning sun. When Chi-Yu took a closer look, he was shocked to discover that this giant turtle's body was over 30 meters long and 20 meters wide. It could completely be considered as a large ship. The turtle raised its head, and its yellow eyes looked like transparent gems. Longjiang's voice could be heard, Come on up. As long as you are on my back, You don't have to worry about anything else." Irua smiled and said, "This is the original body of the black tortoise. He has the water and earth attributes. In the water, even the strong deep sea nether snake has to be afraid of him." Hearing Irua mention the deep sea nether snake, Chiyu couldn't help but feel moved. He said, "How could I forget about him? Big brother nether snake, come on out." With a flash of light, the deep-sea nether snake's huge body appeared out of thin air. Before Chiyu could speak to it, it had already roared happily and dived into the water, creating a huge splash. "Awesome, this is too awesome. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Chiyu, I realized that ever since my cute white lady appeared, my luck seems to be getting better and better. Even the ferocious Beast King didn't destroy us. Now, I have this river for me to swim in. This is too awesome." Irua was a little surprised as she said, "Is it your command?" Chiyu nodded and said, "Yes, it's also my partner." Irua nodded approvingly and said, "That's right. Our command is also a partner. Since you have your own water attribute beast, let's go. Let your partner follow Long Jiang." As she spoke, she had already floated up and landed lightly on Long Jiang's back. After 3 days of cultivation and with the help of the source of nature, Irua's injuries had basically recovered. She just needed to rest for a period of time and she would be able to recover to her previous best state. Chiyu, Wenting, and Snow Girl leaped up at the same time. The deep-sea nether snake raised its 3 heads at the right time and caught the 3 of them. Long Jiang didn't seem to like the deep-sea nether snake very much. He only greeted Chiyu before his huge body sank into the green river. Without needing Chiyu to say anything, the deep-sea nether snake's body emitted a layer of purple light which protected the 3 of them. The huge snake's body sank and followed closely behind Long Jiang. The black tortoise had the strongest defense among the water attribute beasts. However, in terms of speed in the water, it was still slightly slower than the deep-sea nether snake. Although Long Jiang had cultivated to the stage where he could transform into a human form, he still couldn't catch up with the deep-sea nether snake even if he swam with all his might. In the Green River, with the protection of the deep-sea nether snake's energy, Chiyu and the other 2 felt as if they were in a submarine. The surrounding water and the creatures in the water were all isolated by the light shield. There was sunlight shining on the surface of the water. In this clear river, it was a strange and dazzling scene. That gorgeous feeling was incomparable to that on land. The deep-sea nether snake was obviously very excited. While following Long Jiang, its huge body kept swaying in the river. Every time it swayed, the water would ripple. Long Jiang swam quickly in one direction. After a short while, Chiyu saw the whirlpool that Irua had mentioned. About 10 meters below the water, he could clearly see many small white whirlpools rotating continuously. The whirlpools brought along the sand and stones at the bottom of the river, making the water a little muddy. The whirlpools were of different sizes, and each had a suction force. However, these suction forces were obviously useless against a super fierce beast like the deep-sea nether snake. Long Jiang didn't even hide and directly went through the whirlpool. Under his protection, Chiyu and the other 2 didn't even feel the slightest tremor, except for the changes in the scenery around them. Chiyu couldn't help admiring Long Jiang in his heart. The deep-sea nether snake was indeed very powerful in the water. No wonder it could become one of the most powerful fierce beasts. When it reached the level of the deep-sea abyssal dragon, it was unknown how powerful it would be. At the thought of this, Chiyu couldn't help but feel even more grateful for being able to escape from the fierce beasts led by the king of beasts. The black tortoise Long Jiang moved forward for about 10 minutes and suddenly stopped. Its huge body stuck to the bottom of the river and looked back at the deep-sea nether snake and Chiyu's group. The Long Jiang's voice rang in Chiyu's mind. "We are here. Be careful later. The whirlpool in front of you is just a whirlpool. Try to shrink your body to the smallest size possible and then go in. Don't stop, otherwise you will be thrown out by the whirlpool." Chi Yu was a little surprised as he looked for the whirlpool that the Longjiang had mentioned. After careful observation, he realized that there was a whirlpool with a diameter of about 1 meter spinning slowly about 10 meters in front of him. It didn't look strange at all. In fact, the water flow wasn't as fast as the whirlpools from before. Could it be that this was the entrance to Xuanyuan's tomb? Longjiang used his actions to answer Qi Yu's doubts. His huge body slowly shrunk, and a yellow light flashed as he turned into a 1-meter-wide tortoise. At this moment, Yi Ruo looked a little out of place standing on his back, but Longjiang's body emitted a yellow light. However, the yellow light that Longjiang's body was emitting still protected Yi Ruo completely. The speed of its movement suddenly increased. It first rose above the whirlpool. Then, the yellow light suddenly shrunk. The Longjiang had already rushed into the whirlpool with Yi Ruo. The light flashed, and the human and turtle disappeared. Qi Yu hurriedly passed the Longjiang's words to the deep-sea nether snake. The deep-sea nether snake didn't dare to be careless. It quickly mimicked the Longjiang and shrunk its body. However, it wasn't as strong as the Longjiang. When its body shrunk to 5 meters, it was already its limit. Luckily, its body was slender and not as big as the Longjiang. It brought Qi Yu and the others to the top of the whirlpool like the Longjiang. The purple light suddenly became stronger. Qi Yu suddenly felt weightless. The deep-sea nether snake had already rushed into the whirlpool with the 3 of them. The feeling of stability disappeared, and the weightlessness became stronger. Qi Yu had no choice but to use his own energy to stabilize the head of the deep-sea nether snake. The light flashed, and everything around him seemed to have been sucked out. He clearly felt that the deep-sea nether snake's energy was leaking out. Then, the scenery around him changed instantly. The clear river water turned into a large patch of golden light. As the light shone, Qi Yu couldn't see anything around him anymore. There was a huge pressure coming from the surroundings. The deep-sea nether snake used all its energy. The pressure seemed to be increasing gradually. Every time the pressure increased, the deep-sea nether snake would release more energy. Luckily, this situation didn't last for too long. The golden light suddenly disappeared. Qi Yu felt his body lighten, and the scenery around him changed again. With a bang, the deep-sea nether snake's shrunken body fell to the ground. Everything around him suddenly became clear. Qi Yu was surprised to find that the 3 of them and the deep-sea nether snake came out from a huge golden door. The golden door seemed to be completely filled with energy. The golden energy was in the shape of a whirlpool and moved rhythmically. Obviously, this was the real door to Xuanyuan's tomb. Yi Ruo and the Longjiang were not far from them. Compared to the deep-sea nether snake, the Longjiang looked much more elegant. At this moment, he had already changed back to his human form, as if nothing had happened. He was smiling at Qi Yu and the others. Qi Yu felt that the deep-sea nether snake had used up too much energy. He quickly kept the deep-sea nether snake back into his body. Only then did he have time to observe everything around him. Qi Yu found that they were on a platform. The ground was very smooth, as if it was carved out of jade. This place was very bright. However, they didn't know where the light came from. Looking around, they couldn't help but be shocked by the situation in front of them. In front of the platform they were on, there were countless white pillars. It seemed that the material was the same as the platform they were on. These pillars were about 1 meter in diameter. The top of these pillars was parallel to the stone platform they were on. It was like a relay station, scattered messily on the path in front of them. The distance between these pillars was also different. The closer ones were about 7 to 8 meters, while the farther ones were dozens of meters. They were scattered in the space in front of them. Besides the golden door behind them, the surroundings were filled with such white pillars. Around these pillars, they could clearly feel the changes in the huge energy. The energy was very erratic and uncertain. There were no rules to speak of. It was constantly floating parallel to the pillars. Although the energy didn't attack them, Chi-Yu could still clearly feel how terrifying it was. The sharpness seemed to be able to cut through everything. The energy seemed to be individual, although the gaps between them weren't small because of their irregular movements. These gaps could be said to be there or not at all. In between the pillars, apart from the energy, looking down, there was a bottomless abyss. The black abyss was filled with a terrifying aura. It was as if there were countless big mouths that wanted to swallow everything. Looking through these pillars, and directly in front of the golden door, there was a flight of stairs that led to a higher place about 3 kilometers away. The highest place was about 100 meters away from where they were. There seemed to be a platform at the top. It was shining with a radiance that was as dazzling as the sun. Without a doubt, that was where the Xianyuan sword was. Chi-Yu and the other two walked to the side of Long Jiang and Irua. Chi-Yu said, "Seniors, how should we go?" Irua said, "How about this? To avoid unnecessary trouble and to allow us to take care of ourselves, Chi-Yu, you can follow us. These two ladies can stay here and wait. Chi-Yu, you have to follow us closely later. If there are any changes, don't worry. We will help you." Snow Girl looked at Chi-Yu and didn't say anything. Ever since she called Chi-Yu Daddy that day, she rarely spoke. It was as if she had become the iceberg Snow Girl again. There was a tinge of concern in her eyes. She didn't say anything and directly sat cross-legged on the platform. Wen Ting said to Irua, "Senior, is the Xianyuan sword on that platform?" Irua nodded and said, "That's right. It's on that platform. This is the Xianyuan tomb, the tomb of the Xianyuan sword." Wen Ting was a little puzzled and said, "Since it's on that platform, can't we just fly over directly? Although there is energy here and it seems to be very strong, the defensive energy only seems to be swimming above the pillars. It doesn't rise." Long Jiang said, "If only it was so simple. We can't fly here. If we want to go forward, we can only jump. If you don't believe me, you can try." Wen Ting and Chi-Yu activated the energy in their bodies at the same time. Just like what Long Jiang said, they couldn't fly in this mysterious Xianyuan tomb. When they tried to activate the energy in their bodies to fly, they immediately felt their bodies sink. It was as if something was pulling their legs from below. Irua said, seriously, "You can't fly on this platform." Irua said, seriously, "On this platform, you still don't feel like you can fly. However, once we get out of here, we will be able to fly immediately. However, as long as you are more than 3 meters away from the pillar, you will immediately become a target for the sword souls. At that time, all the sword souls will attack with the power of thousands of catfish returning to their roots. They will not stop until one of them is dead. Not to mention us. Even if the great firmament golden immortals were here, they would not be able to escape. Hence, when you jump later, you must control your height well. It is better to face the attacks of a small number of sword souls than to jump too high and attract a fatal disaster." Chi-Yu asked, "What is a sword soul? Is it the restriction here?" Irua nodded and said, "It's the restriction on the outer layer. Although it's just the outer layer, it's still very powerful. You will see it later." As she spoke, she nodded at Long Jiang. Long Jiang folded his hands in front of his chest. A faint yellow light condensed into a small light ball about 3 centimeters in diameter. Then the light ball lit up. Irua bit her right middle finger and dripped a drop of blood on the light ball. Long Jiang shouted, and the light ball in his hand instantly exploded. A layer of pink light instantly spread out in the shape of a fan and spread to the surroundings. As the pink light engulfed the surroundings, many things that could be seen appeared in the surroundings. No, to be more accurate, they were energy that could be seen. It was what Chi-Yu felt earlier. The shape of the energy was very familiar to Chi-Yu. It was exactly the same as the Xianyuan sword that Long Jiang and Irua carried. However, these energy swords didn't have scabbards. The blades were light gold in color, and they moved in different postures in the air. There was no need to doubt the sharpness of the energy swords. These energy swords looked translucent. Needless to say, these were the sword souls. Irua said, Chiyu, you have to be careful. The attacks of the sword souls are very scary. If you can dodge them, don't come into contact with them. If you can't, you can only attack them from the side and draw them away. Don't fight them head-on. Otherwise, you won't be able to defend against the sword soul's sharpness once they explode. Another thing is that on the same pillar, you can only be attacked by 3 sword souls at the same time. They are intelligent. Also, they work very well with each other. Don't make any mistakes. Otherwise, you won't be able to come back up. The 3 of us will split up later. Long Jiang will be at the front, you will be in the middle, and I will be at the back. She will tie the front part to Long Jiang's waist, the middle part to Chiyu's waist, and the last part to herself. Chiyu naturally understood what Irua meant. The 3 of them were connected together. Even if one of them made a mistake, they could still use the vines to pull him up. Looking at the sword souls in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Was Xuanyuan's tomb really not dangerous? However, since they were already here, there was no need to hesitate. The 3 of them made some simple adjustments. Irua nodded at Long Jiang, and Long Jiang said to Chiyu, Watch my movements. Be careful, but don't be afraid. Pay attention to the position of your attacks, especially the position. The spine of the sword is the easiest position for the sword souls to attack. Wenting said with concern, Chiyu, you have to be careful. I will think of a way to help you with my energy. Chiyu smiled and said, Don't worry. I have 2 seniors to protect me. Long Jiang nodded at Chiyu and Irua. Then his body flashed. He was about 1 meter above the stone pillar. He shot towards the first stone pillar with lightning speed. Just as he moved, the sword soul in the air attacked. A yellow light blocked Long Jiang's body and pierced towards his chest. Long Jiang, who was in the air, did not panic. When the sword soul was in front of him, he tilted his body slightly and let the sword soul fly past his chest. However, the sword soul seemed to be able to defy the laws of physics. It suddenly stopped beside Long Jiang and slashed at Long Jiang's waist. Long Jiang was prepared. He hit the spine of the sword with his right palm and stopped the sword soul. He turned in the air and landed accurately on the stone pillar. The sword soul had no intention of letting Long Jiang go. It quickly chased after Long Jiang from behind. However, Long Jiang had the stone pillar as his base. He didn't move his feet. Instead, he used his palms to hit the spine of the sword and sent the sword soul flying. Although he couldn't hurt the sword soul couldn't do anything to him. Long Jiang waved at Chiyu, asking him to go over. Chiyu floated up. As expected, once he was out of the platform, his body was no longer affected by the suction force. Luckily, Irua had warned him before, so he didn't act rashly. He controlled his body and flew towards the pillar where Long Jiang was. The sword soul that attacked Long Jiang seemed to have sensed Chiyu's aura. With a flash of light, the sword soul suddenly slashed at Chiyu in the air. Chiyu felt the threat from the sword soul. Although the sharp chi didn't break the air, his protective thundercloud force felt like it was about to be torn apart. Chiyu didn't dare to be careless. He tilted his body slightly in the air and changed his position flexibly. He almost brushed past the sword soul and landed beside Long Jiang. It was the first time for Chiyu to use Kirin in the air, but the effect was surprisingly good. With the support of the 6-cloud thundercloud force, he could use his power much better than before. Long Jiang slapped away the sword soul and nodded to Chiyu. At this time, Irua's graceful figure followed Chiyu to the top of the pillar. The diameter of the pillar was about 3 meters, so it became a bit crowded with 3 people standing on it. However, the 3 of them were all very powerful. They stood back to back and waved their palms to block the sword soul's attack. Most of the sword soul's attacks were blocked by Irua and Long Jiang. Chiyu also came into contact with the sword soul twice. He was shocked to find that the sword soul's energy was as heavy as a mountain. Although he slapped the sword's spine, the recoil was already very shocking. If he hadn't reached the 6 cloud level, this sword soul would have brought him a lot of trouble. Irua said in a deep voice, Chiyu, you have to pay attention later. We will choose the shortest route to advance, and we will have to pass through 3 parts. We are now in the first part, and there will only be 1 sword soul attacking. In the middle part, there will be 2 sword souls, and in the last part, there will be 3 sword souls. When we get close to the high platform, there will be 3 stone pillars that will be attacked by 6 sword souls. When you advance, your body can't exceed a certain distance above the stone pillars, but at the same time, you can't be lower than the level of the stone pillars. Otherwise, the suction force from below will immediately swallow you. No matter how strong your flying ability is, it will be useless. Do you understand? Chi-Yu felt a chill in his heart. Now he understood the importance of the vines entangled around him. He nodded and said, Let's continue. After passing through the first stone pillar, he already had a certain understanding of the stone pillar array protected by the sword souls. Under the continuous attacks of the sword souls, their energy was constantly being consumed. Only by passing through this place as soon as possible could they better preserve their energy. After Long Jiang signaled to the 2 of them, he floated up and landed on the 2nd stone pillar. As soon as he left, the sword soul that was responsible for protecting the first stone pillar gave up on attacking him and concentrated on attacking Chiyu and Irua. Irua slapped the sword soul away with her palm. Her earth attribute, thundercloud force, was very strong. Wherever the energy passed, the sword soul was pushed back 5 meters. With another hand on Chi-Yu's shoulder, Irua shouted, Let's go! Chi-Yu did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly jumped up and chased after Long Jiang towards the 2nd stone pillar. At this moment, he finally understood why Irua and Long Jiang put him in the middle. In this case, Long Jiang would be responsible for blocking the sword souls in the front, and Irua would be responsible for blocking the sword souls in the back. In this way, he would be under much less pressure. Chi-Yu could not help but feel grateful for their concern. Wen Ting watched anxiously as Chi-Yu and the other 2 tried to move forward. As Irua had used her blood to support the Longjiang's energy, she was able to see the position of the sword spirits very clearly. She had already gathered a ball of fire energy in each of her hands, ready to save Chi-Yu at any time. However, when she tried to control the energy she released to protect Chi-Yu, she had no choice but to give up on the idea. This was because the moment her energy entered the stone pillar array, it was immediately blocked by the sword spirits. Although her energy was not weak, it was unable to pass through the first stone pillar's range. With Long Jiang and Irua, who were experienced, Chi-Yu and the other 2 people moved forward smoothly. 1 sword soul could not threaten them at all. In the beginning, in order to let Chi-Yu get used to the attack of the sword souls, Irua and Long Jiang moved forward slowly. When Chi-Yu gradually figured out how to deal with the sword souls and how to attack them, the speed of the 3 people's advance was greatly increased. In about 20 minutes, they had already entered the middle section of the stone pillar. The increase from 1 sword soul to 2 did not sound like much, but Chi realized that the pressure from the 2 sword souls had increased by at least 3 times. This was because the sword souls with intelligence could actually coordinate with each other, and the 3 of them dared to fight them head-on. This meant that they had to spend more energy to sense the position of the sword souls when they attacked. From the original head-on resistance to the increased dodging, the speed of the 3 of them was greatly reduced, but at the same time, the use of energy in their bodies was greatly increased. In order not to be a burden to Irua and Long Jiang, Chi-Yu had already entered the first stage of Kirin transformation. With the protection of the Kirin armor, his energy had increased by a lot. At the same time, he summoned the Kirin mirror. With the defensive power of the Kirin mirror, although he still did not dare to fight the sword souls head-on, he could still find the position of the sword spine more easily. Another 2 sword souls shot towards Chi-Yu. At this moment, Chi-Yu was in the air. Every time he approached a stone pillar, it was the most dangerous moment for Chiyu. After all, it was only at this moment that he had to face the attacks of the Sword Souls alone. If there was no space restriction, perhaps Chiyu could rely on the golden-winged rock eagle's ability to soar up 90,000 miles to dodge the attacks of the Sword Souls. However, now that he was confined in this narrow space, all he could do was dodge left and right. Chi-Yu's body was constantly flickering in the air. Qilin Envoy Chi-Yu's body constantly flickered in the air. Due to his extreme speed, he left a series of afterimages behind him. There was no place for him to borrow strength from in the air, but Chi-Yu could rely on his body's energy to float. Although he couldn't fly high, he wouldn't fall either. Under such circumstances, he made full use of his body's agility. Seeing the two sword souls flying towards him, he circled his right hand in front of his chest, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his palm, striking the sword soul that was stabbing towards him. Because a frontal attack was practically useless against a sword soul, Chi-Yu intentionally moved his right palm to the side, striking the sword soul's blade from the side. The sword soul let out a buzzing sound, and its forward momentum immediately slowed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chi-Yu made a beautiful turn in the air, dodging the sword soul that was slashing towards him. His left hand slapped out with the Qilin mirror and struck the spine of the sword soul with a heavy fiery cloud energy, sending the sword soul flying 2 meters back. At the same time, his body flew forward, almost brushing against the first sword soul. Just as the sword soul was about to slash at Chi-Yu, he cleverly pressed the Qilin mirror forward, stopping the sword soul's spine and preventing it from flipping over. Chapter 133. The three of them were connected by a long vine and leaped towards the depths of Xuanyuan's grave like a shooting star. The attack power of the sword soul was extremely strong, so Chi-Yu dared not be distracted at all. In the process of fighting the sword soul with all his strength, he also entered the process of mastering all kinds of Kirin's abilities. After all, although he had fought many battles before, it was the first time for him to fight such a long battle of attrition. Facing such a situation, Chi-Yu unknowingly realized that the recovered thundercloud force was gradually cooperating with his spiritual power. Although there was still a huge gap between the peerless behemoths that he had encountered in this era, it was enough for Chi-Yu. As he gradually adapted, he had grasped the rhythm of moving forward. In the beginning, he only relied on Kirin and thundercloud force to fight against the sword soul. Gradually, he evolved to use all kinds of Kirin's abilities to achieve the best effect by using the least amount of thundercloud force. At the same time as he continued to move forward, Chi-Yu also discovered that although the energy condensed in his body was not as large as when he was at the 4-cloud level, the consumption rate was very slow when he used it. Supporting the first stage of Kirin's transformation did not cause him too much consumption. On the contrary, the various energy molecules in Xuanyuan's grave were very dense. In the process of continuous absorption and consumption, the overall consumption rate was actually very slow. This discovery made Chi-Yu's confidence soar in the process of moving forward. His spiritual power was spread out within 30 square meters of his body. Whenever the sword soul launched an attack, he could always react in time. From being a little flustered at the beginning to being able to deal with 2 sword souls with ease, it only took about 20 minutes. Finally, the 3 of them slowed down again because they had entered the later stage of the cylindrical formation. The 2 sword souls had become 3, and the attack power had suddenly become different. Chi-Yu suddenly found that there was 1 more sword soul attacking him. Although he was shocked, he did not panic at all. With his previous experience, he was very confident in facing the sword souls. Seeing the 3 sword souls rushing towards him in a triangular formation, he slightly leaned his body in midair. At the same time, the thundercloud force in his body surged, and a cyan light appeared in the palm of his right hand. This cyan light did not look big, but the wind thundercloud force that was condensed in an instant was compressed by Chi-Yu. In addition, his own thundercloud force was originally compressed and condensed, so under the double compression, a large amount of explosive energy was accumulated. The three sword souls arrived in front of Chiyu in a flash. His movement was very simple. He lowered his body by 1/2 meter. At the same time, a cyan light flashed in his palm. The spherical cyan light left Chiyu's palm and changed into a small vortex the size of a fist. The surrounding air was twisted for a moment. Then, Chiyu's left hand shot out a purple electric light into the small vortex. All of a sudden, the surrounding air rippled like water. An extremely strong suction force surged out, causing the three sword souls to stagnate and shrink towards the direction of the vortex. At the same time, the momentum of the three sword souls suddenly slowed down. Chiyu's reaction was very fast. Although the three sword souls were only slowed down for a moment, it was enough for him. A golden shadow appeared behind him. Stepping on Kirin, Chiyu turned his body nimbly in midair and passed by the three sword souls quietly. He caught up with Long Jiang in front of him. At the same time, the small vortex he created was still working. It was as if the three sword souls were attached to the three sword souls, and they continued to fly towards Irua. The three sword souls were not a threat to Irua. Under the effect of the wind and thunder vortex, their speed was greatly reduced. Irua didn't even need to defend herself. She also used Kirin and arrived at the stone pillar. When the three sword souls were about to turn around and attack, the energy of the small vortex suddenly expanded. The thundercloud force, which was shining with the electric light, sealed the three sword souls in an instant and made them spin. Although they only rotated once, it was enough for Chiyu and the other two to take a breather. Long Jiang praised, "Good, the western auspicious cloud Qilin is indeed extraordinary. Let's continue forward." The wind and thunder vortex that Chiyu created was named Wind and Thunder Attraction. It wasn't an ability that Kirin originally had. Instead, it was created by Chiyu based on the common characteristic of vortexes and thunderbolts, attraction. Although it could only limit the attack speed of the sword souls, it would shine in the future when Chiyu used it. The wind lightning guide did not consume a lot of energy. Of course, this was only for Chiyu. After all, his energy had been compressed. Even if others had the wind and lightning attributes, they would not be able to create the same effect in such a short period of time. Moreover, there were only a few ancient beasts that possessed these two abilities at the same time, let alone a Qilin. Not to mention, there were only a few ancient beasts that possessed these two abilities, and some of them were not even at the top. With the help of the wind and thunder attraction, the three of them reached the range of the three sword souls. Their speed of advancement increased. At first, Irua and Longjiang were afraid that Chiyu would consume too much energy, so they asked him to save some of his thundercloud force. Later on, they realized that Chiyu, who had the Kirin bead, didn't seem to be weakened after using the wind and thunder attraction. Moreover, after using the wind and thunder attraction, the energy was guided by Chiyu's mental strength and could be controlled and condensed again. Although the process would consume a lot of energy, it was enough for him to save some of his own energy. With the wind and thunder attraction, advancing was no longer a problem. As the weakest among the three, Chiyu was able to play the most important role at this moment. They were almost at the bottom of the white jade stairs. Irua shouted, "Be careful!" Chiyu knew that they were about to reach the last 3 stone pillars where the 6 sword souls would attack. When the 3 of them reached the middle of the last 3 stone pillars, they would at most be attacked by 12 sword souls at the same time. This was also the most dangerous part of the entire stone pillar array. He didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't the time to waste energy. 2 wind and thunder attractions that were twice the size of the previous one appeared in Chiyu's hands at the same time. When Longjiang flew out, 2 wind and thunder attractions flew out at the same time. 2 streaks of purple lightning directly entered the green ball of light and formed the real attraction force of the wind and thunder attraction. The 6 sword souls appeared around Longjiang in a flash. At this moment, Longjiang finally showed his true strength. At that moment, Yu clearly saw that Longjiang's arms seemed to have turned into 6 arms. A huge amount of energy condensed around his body. Every palm strike was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. 6 loud sounds were heard almost at the same time. In the midst of the explosive sounds, the 6 sword souls flew out at the same time. At the moment when the 6 sword souls flew out, Yu immediately activated the wind and thunder attraction. The strong attraction force forcibly pulled the 6 sword souls to a further direction. Yu and Ruo also took advantage of this moment to float to Longjiang's side. The wind and thunder attraction was activated. This time, the attraction force of the wind and thunder attraction was indeed stronger. However, something unexpected happened. The 6 sword souls were divided into 2 groups. Each group had 3 sword souls. Under the attraction force of the wind and thunder attraction, the sword souls suddenly shone brightly. The 3 sword souls, which were originally more than 2 meters long, suddenly combined into one huge sword that was 4 meters long and half a meter wide. The 2 huge swords swirled in the air at the same time. At the same time, they slashed towards Yu and Ruo at a speed that was disproportionate to their size. Ruo's expression changed slightly. She said in a low voice, "You go first." Yu knew that this was not the time to hesitate. His body flashed, and he chased after the Longjiang Bay City. Ruo's body released a layer of intense yellow light. Immediately after, she raised her right arm. The clothes on her arm turned into dust. Her right arm, which was shining with silver and yellow light, suddenly punched out twice. She did not attack the 2 huge sword souls. Instead, she attacked the white jade pillar under her feet. It was strange. The pillar looked like a piece of jade, but it was so tough that even Kirin's arm could not break it. The 2 huge waves of energy hit the stone pillar and made a loud noise. Immediately after, the 2 waves of energy rebounded and rushed upwards to hit the 2 huge swords that were flying towards them. With a loud bang, the 2 huge swords stopped for a moment. Ruo took the opportunity to float up and catch up with Yu. The 2 of them landed on the second stone pillar of the 6th sword soul almost at the same time. Because of the previous mutation, Yu did not dare to use the wind thunder guide anymore. He also used the ability of Kirin's arm and chanted the 9 secret words to increase his attack power. At the same time, his Kirin transformation entered the 2nd stage. He even used Kirin's red. With the double defense, although Yu's attack power could not be compared to the Longjiang Bay cities, it was enough to repel the obviously stronger sword souls. A golden round shield appeared on Longjiang's right forearm. The round shield was only about 20 centimeters in diameter and looked small. However, with this round shield, Yu could clearly see that Longjiang was able to block 2 attacks from the sword souls. Although it was not the sharpest sword tip, it was still shocking. At that moment, he had already reached the last stone pillar. He was blocking the attacks of the 6 sword souls by himself. Ruo suddenly shouted, and a layer of yellow light floated out. The range of the light covered her and Yu. The surrounding sword souls were also surrounded by the light. The attack power of the sword souls did not decrease, but the speed of the sword souls was reduced by 1/5. Yu was a smart man. He would not give up such an opportunity. He used his thundercloud force with all his strength. The Kirin's arm punched at the 6 sword souls with 6 loud shouts. At the same time, he pulled the Ting vine on his waist and dashed towards the last stone pillar with Ruo. It looked like Ruo had expended a lot of energy to maintain this yellow light screen. Just as the 2 of them reached the last stone pillar, Longjiang grabbed Ruo's waist. Just like Yu, he threw out 6 punches. 6 solid rays of yellow light forced the sword soul away. His other hand pushed Yu's back, and, with Ruo at the same time, the 3 of them were like 3 shooting stars as they charged through the sword soul formation. Passing through the last 3 stones had taken only a very short amount of time, but it had also been a thrilling experience. Chi Yu's wind lightning guide was ultimately not as powerful as the two experts, and it was only with their help that he had managed to charge out of this land of death. Chi Yu could not help but let out a long sigh as he looked back at the sword spirits that had regained their calm. He thought to himself that even if the demon Bull King was here, he would not be able to escape unscathed if he was unfamiliar with the situation. After all, if he was surrounded and attacked by all the sword spirits in this place without a weapon comparable to the Xianyuan sword, he would not be able to withstand it. Irua's chest rose and fell. She smiled and said, "Chiyu, your performance was much better than I expected. Although I still had to use Kirin's domain of sluggishness, you saved me a lot of thundercloud force." Kirin's domain of sluggishness? Is this an ability that can be used by Kirin? I mean, when my energy reaches a certain level, I can use this ability. Chi Yu asked curiously. Irua shook her head and said, "No, that's not it. When Kirin's ability reaches its peak, which is the 9-cloud level, we can transform into a human. At the same time, we will have an additional skill, which is our own domain. Every Kirin's domain of sluggishness is different and has different effects. My domain is this Kirin's domain of sluggishness. Although it doesn't seem to be very useful on the surface, it can neither attack nor defend. However, in a real battle, it is my trump card. Imagine, when an enemy enters my domain of sluggishness, their attack speed will suddenly decrease by 5 times. What kind of situation would that be? This kind of domain that is born at the peak is called the ultimate domain by us Kirin. When your strength reaches a certain level, you will also be able to have the ultimate domain. However, this ultimate domain has a very big weakness, which is that it consumes a lot of energy. Any Kirin's ultimate domain can only be maintained for the same amount of time. Even at its peak, the ultimate domain can only be maintained for about 10 minutes. Chi Yu's eyes lit up and he said, "Although it's only 10 minutes, this 10 minutes of ultimate domain is already very useful." Iruo raised her head and looked at the steps in front of her. She smiled and said, "Actually, I really hope to see what your ultimate domain is. Every Ink Kirin that has appeared in the past has an extremely powerful ultimate domain. You are the unprecedented Ink Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds. I think your ultimate domain in the future will definitely be beyond my imagination." Chi Yu smiled bitterly and said, "I also hope to see it as soon as possible. However, it is easier said than done to cultivate to Kirin's ultimate domain. The lifespan of humans is only about 100 years. If it wasn't for fate, I wouldn't have my current strength. From what I know, the last 3 clouds of Kirin are the most difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, no external force can help them. Let's not talk about when I will be able to cultivate the highest 9 clouds. I don't even know how long it will take for me to reach the 7 clouds." Longjiang laughed and said, "Why? Are you still not satisfied? You have to know that you are only 20 years old today. In terms of age, we are all 100 times older than you. The fact that you are able to stand here today has already proven your strength. Don't be anxious. Cultivation has to be done step by step. As for the problem of age that you mentioned, it might appear for other humans. However, for you, I'm afraid there is no restriction." Chi Yu was moved and said, "Senior Longjiang, do you mean that under the influence of the origin of nature, my body will be more than 100 years old?" Longjiang smiled faintly and said, "In this world, apart from us ancient beasts, plants can also gain wisdom after a long period of cultivation. Different plants have different situations. For example, some plants that are born with wisdom have an easier time being nourished by the spiritual energy of the world. When they reach a certain level of cultivation, they will have a human form. You are now the source of nature, so your situation in this aspect is much better than any other plant. You can think of yourself as a plant, a special plant that has the blood of Kirin flowing through its veins. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to die. Although I don't know how long your lifespan will be, I'm sure it will be much longer than that of an ordinary Kirin." Chi Yu stared at the Longjiang base city in shock. For a moment, He didn't know if he should be happy or worried. No one didn't want to live longer, but at this moment he suddenly thought of something. If he could live as long as the ancient beasts, then what about his lover and friends? What would they do? If they were all gone after 100 years and he was the only one alive, what would be the point of living? Thinking of this, Chi-Yu couldn't help but sigh. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. It's a pity that I'm the only one. Irua smiled and said, "This world is balanced. You humans have far more than other races, so you have to pay something. You can't break the balance of the world. Of course, if there are only a few of us, we can still do it. When Kirin is 1,500 years old, we can reach the limit of our abilities. This is also a special characteristic of the King of Beasts. However, we can only live to about 3,000 years old, which is a long time. Some Kirin will die at about 2,000 years old. With your help these days, I feel that my vitality has been rejuvenated after cultivating. You not only healed my injuries, but also extended my lifespan. I think this is the effect of the origin of nature. Since it works on me, it will also work on other people." After hearing Irua's words, Chi-Yu immediately understood. Yes, as long as I lead my lover and friends to cultivate with me, with the help of the origin of nature, their lifespan will also increase, right? Thinking of this, his previous depression disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the 100 jade stairs in front of him. "Seniors, should we go and take a look at the Xianyuan sword?" Long Jiang said in a deep voice, "We just passed through the Soul Sword Formation, but don't be too happy. The Soul Sword Formation is only the outermost defense of the Xianyuan tomb. As long as we know its restrictions, stronger beasts will be able to pass through it. I and Nemo have been here many times. Although it's easy to pass through the Soul Sword Formation, it's not so easy to pass through the restrictions below. If we want to get the Xianyuan sword, we have to pass through 2 layers of restrictions. I and Nemo have never passed through the second layer." Chi-Yu was shocked and asked hurriedly, "What is the second layer of restrictions?" Long Jiang said, "It's the stairs in front of us that are only 100 meters tall." Chi-Yu looked at him confusedly. Irua, who was at the side, said, "According to the ancient records, the Xianyuan tomb is where the Xianyuan sword is buried. It is protected by the Soul Sword Formation. If we want to get the Xianyuan sword, we have to go through the Xianyuan stairs after passing through the Soul Sword Formation. Although this staircase doesn't look like much, it's more dangerous than the Soul Sword Formation. If it wasn't for the fact that the stairs can make us retreat, I'm afraid Long Jiang and I would have died many times." Chi-Yu asked, "What kind of restrictions are there on this staircase? How do we pass through it?" Irua smiled bitterly and said, "It's very simple. If we want to pass through the staircase, we have to defeat one person. It's because of his protection that we can't pass through here." "One person? Who is that?" Chi-Yu asked curiously. Irua and Long Jiang looked at each other and said, "Emperor Huang." "What?" Chi-Yu almost choked on his own saliva. He didn't expect Irua to say this name. "Senior, you aren't joking, right? Emperor Huang, didn't Emperor Huang die many years ago? Why would he be guarding the Xianyuan tomb?" Irua smiled bitterly and said, "Do I look like I'm joking? No one knows how the Xianyuan sword was created. It is the strongest offensive weapon left behind by the gods in our world. In our world, there is only one person who used the Xianyuan sword, and that is Emperor Huang. When Emperor Huang relied on the Xianyuan sword to defeat Chi-Yu, he led the human race to develop gradually. When his life came to an end, he was buried in the tomb of the Tu clan. However, after he died, the Xianyuan sword disappeared. At the same time, the Xianyuan sword took away his soul. Perhaps this is the fate of every person who uses the Xianyuan sword. Hence, the second barrier is the Xianyuan staircase that Emperor Huang controls. You can only successfully reach the top and see the true existence of the Xianyuan sword if you can overcome Emperor Huang's obstruction on this 100-meter staircase." Chi-Yu thought for a while and said, "Seniors, even if what you said is true, is Emperor Huang really so difficult to defeat? After all, they're just one person. Even if his soul is guarding the Xianyuan sword, with your abilities, are you still unable to defeat him? Irua said, If you want to think that way, then you are gravely mistaken. Firstly, Emperor Huang and Qiyu were once the strongest human martial artists. Their abilities cannot be imagined by normal humans. Secondly, and most importantly, Emperor Huang was once the wielder of the Xianyuan sword. Do you really think that when he is guarding the Xianyuan sword, he will not use the Xianyuan sword? Under these circumstances, you can only defeat him if your cultivation far surpasses his. Finally, the problem that has been plaguing us all this time is that the Yellow Emperor won't fight us at all. At the same time, we can't ascend this flight of stairs. Qiyu was stunned and said, Why is that? Long Zhang's face became a little ugly. Because Emperor Huang requested that only humans are qualified to fight with him. Although we are divine beasts, we cannot. Ah, Qiyu said in surprise. This is one of the reasons why Senior said that the Xianyuan sword can only be used by humans, right? Long Zhang nodded and said, We have tried many times, but Emperor Huang only told us that he will not fight with us unless we are humans. We tried to force our way through. But as soon as we tried to use force, the Xianyuan sword would immediately release a strong sword aura and force us to retreat. Previously, Irua was injured because of this. Therefore, we have to bring you here this time. Among the giant beasts, your abilities may not be outstanding. However, among the humans, there are probably not many who can be compared to you. So, you're our last chance. If you still can't succeed, we'll give up. Qiyu, take a rest first. After you have recovered your thundercloud force, we will start. We will wait for you below. If you can get through Emperor Huang, you must bring the Xianyuan sword down. Qiyu looked at Long Zhang and then at Irua. He said helplessly, Seniors, aren't you afraid that I will take the Xianyuan sword away after I get it? Irua said, That is almost certain. However, we still hope that you can get the Xianyuan sword. After hearing what Irua said, Qiyu couldn't help but frown. He said in a low voice, I see that Senior doesn't trust me. Irua shook her head and said, No, this has nothing to do with whether we trust you or not. No one knows the true situation of the Xianyuan sword. However, from the fact that it was used by Emperor Huang, it can be seen that such a divine sword definitely recognizes its owner. It is almost impossible for others to use it. Under such circumstances, it is natural that you will get the Xianyuan sword. Qiyu was stunned. He said, But, Seniors, you have worked hard for thousands of years just to get the Xianyuan sword. If I get it, then... He didn't want to owe them a favor. If he really got the Xianyuan sword, what would he do if these divine beasts didn't allow him to leave the ancient giant beast era? Irua smiled and said, You don't have to worry about this. Whether you can get the Xianyuan sword or not, we are only asking you to do one thing for us. If you can get it, you will have a higher chance. If you can't get it, you still have a chance. I have worked hard for 3,000 years. I just don't want to disappoint my expectations. Even if I can just look at the Xianyuan sword from a close distance, I will be satisfied. Do you know? The Xianyuan sword is the most respected totem of the Earth Tribe. Its symbolic meaning to the Earth Tribe is greater than its strength. As long as the Xianyuan sword is out, it will definitely be a catalyst for the revival of the Earth Tribe. What's more, you have the Xianyuan sword. Before you leave our era, it will be very beneficial to the divine beasts. As a Kirin, why wouldn't I want the Xianyuan sword to fall into the hands of the Earth Tribe? Qiyu suddenly understood and said, I see. However, I can't guarantee that I will be able to get it. After all, it won't be easy to defeat Emperor Huang. What's more, he still has the Xianyuan sword. As he spoke, he had already sat down cross-legged. Long Zhang and Irua stood behind Qiyu. Their eyes were filled with hope. They each stretched out their palms and pressed them on Qiyu's shoulders. They slowly transferred their energy into Qi Yu's body to help him recover the thundercloud force that he had used up earlier. Qi Yu could clearly feel that Long Jiang and Yi Ruo didn't hold back their energy. The thundercloud force in his body recovered to its peak in just a short while. Long Jiang and Yi Ruo originally wanted to help Qi Yu increase his strength. However, Qi Yu's body was too special. When his energy reached its peak, the energy that the two of them transferred to him could no longer be absorbed. Qi Yu, everything depends on you. Take this item as a reward from us. Yi Ruo looked at Qi Yu, who stood up. She took out something from her bosom and passed it to him. Qi Yu was surprised to see that it was a piece of metal shaped like a leaf. The metal was a faint yellow and didn't shine too brightly. However, as soon as he saw it, Qi Yu immediately felt the importance of this piece of metal. It was emitting the energy that only Kirin's octadic treasures would emit. Senior, this is? Qi Yu asked. Chapter 134. Kirin's Fantasy. This was definitely one of the Kirin's octave. Perhaps it was because all the Kirin's octave hadn't appeared yet, so Yi Ruo only said that it was one of the Kirin's octave. Kirin's Fantasy. What exactly did it do? As Qi Yu thought about it, he took the leaf-shaped piece of metal from Yi Ruo. Once it touched his hand, Kirin's Fantasy flashed, and an illusory ball of light enveloped Qi Yu's right hand. Qi Yu only felt his palm heat up, and Kirin's Fantasy had actually disappeared. What was left on his palm was a fingernail-sized, leaf-shaped image. Yi Ruo said, "Perhaps you still don't know how to use Kirin's Fantasy. Among the Kirin's octave, it is the strongest offensive weapon. Do you still remember the Shenyuan sword that we used to scare off the King of Beasts? Actually, it transformed into this weapon. Kirin's Fantasy has already fused with your right hand. From now on, it will be your weapon. As long as you can think of it, it can transform into any form of weapon to attack. Kirin's Fantasy can be considered an energy form, and the metal leaf that you see is just its medium. If you want to truly unleash the power of Kirin's Fantasy, you will need to rely on a large amount of thundercloud force to maintain it. The larger your thundercloud force, the more powerful Kirin's Fantasy will be. At the same time, the condensed weapon will also become bigger. Furthermore, the greatest advantage of Kirin's Fantasy is that it will never be damaged. Its energy form cannot be completely destroyed by any energy. Even if the enemy's attack is too strong and destroys the weapon formed by Kirin's Fantasy, as long as you have enough thundercloud force, you will be able to condense a new weapon to fight against the enemy. A weapon that can transform. This is too amazing. Qi Yu's heart was filled with surprise. He did not know that before Kirin's stealth, which could use the art of thousand transformation, Kirin illusion was the #1 treasure in Kirin's octadic treasures. Although its attack power was far from being comparable to the Shenyuan sword, its characteristics allowed its power to encompass the characteristics of almost all weapons. Moreover, it was a powerful energy weapon, with the powerful energy of Kirin's arm. Even if it wasn't invincible, it was close. Senior, this is too precious. After I fight with Emperor Huang, I will return it to you immediately. Although Qi Yu was a little reluctant, Yi Ruo and Long Jiang had saved his Snow Girl's and Wenting's lives. Right now, the divine beasts were already completely suppressed by the ferocious beasts. If they lost this treasure of Kirin, how are they going to fight against the ferocious beasts? Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment and immediately decided not to accept this treasure. Yi Ruo smiled and shook her head. You don't have to worry about our Qilin clan. In our Qilin clan, these supreme treasures are not important to us. Only increasing one's own strength is our foundation. After all, these are just external objects. After leaving this place, you still have to look for the Kunlun mirror. I think it will be more useful to you. Take it. I believe that in your hands, the Qilin illusion will not be humiliated. Yi Ruo shook her head and said, No, the Qilin illusion is more important to you than me. My energy has long reached the peak of Qilin. 3,000 years has already brought me to the edge of death. If not for your origin of nature, I'm afraid that I won't be able to live for more than 10 years. You have given me a new life, and I'm willing to use the Chilean illusion to exchange for it. But, Senior, Chiyu's eyes were a little moist. Although Irua looked very young, her mentality was already old. Over the years, the divine beasts had gradually been suppressed by the ferocious beasts. That kind of pressure had filled her with despair towards this world. Chiyu's appearance had brought her new hope amidst her despair. In fact, he had brought hope to almost all the divine beasts. She took out Kirin illusion and gave it to Chiyu. Not only did it show her appreciation towards Chiyu, but it was also a form of repayment for what she had asked Chiyu to do. After all, that matter was really too dangerous. However, it was really too important to the divine beasts. Looking at the young Chiyu, Irua felt like she was looking at her own child. As they were both members of the Kirin clan, what could he do even if Kirin illusion was given to him? Furthermore, Irua had a deeper thought. Although Kirin illusion had been given to Chiyu, it did not mean that Chiyu would no longer be of help to the divine beasts after he left this era. If he wanted to leave this era, he would have to obtain the Kunlun mirrors. With the Kunlun mirrors, as long as he knew the path, not only would he be able to return to the era that belonged to Chiyu, he could also return to this era at any time. Expressing goodwill to him now was the best choice to attract him. As a member of the Kirin clan, Irua understood Kirin's characteristics better than anyone else. Kirin's emotions would never change. With a smile, Irua said, "All right, child, I think I can call you that. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. If you are unable to obtain the Kunlun mirrors and leave this place, then you will be one of us divine beasts. If you are able to return to your own era, then I only hope that you can come back often. After all, only in our era can you see your own Kirin clansmen. In terms of age, I am much older than you. If you are willing, you can call me Auntie." Chiyu's heart trembled slightly. From Irua's gentle gaze, he saw what he had been looking forward to for 20 years. That was motherly love. Although his lovers also showed him a lot of concern, motherly love was completely different. As an orphan, Chiyu's heart trembled involuntarily when he felt Irua's heartfelt care for him. "Auntie, thank you. Don't worry. Even if I leave this era in the future, I will definitely come back often to visit you." "No, I don't want to call you Auntie. Do you know? Since young, I have been an orphan. No one has ever cared about me or loved me. If it is possible, can I call you Mommy? Even if it is just once, it will be good." Chiyu's eyes turned red. At this moment, he had already forgotten that he was in Xuanyuan's tomb. His heart was completely immersed in familial love, in the pursuit of love. If it was said that Irua still had some rational considerations before she decided to give Kirin's illusion to Chiyu, then now the rationality in her heart had completely disappeared. With her experience from 3,000 years of life, she seemed to see the misery of his childhood in Chiyu's eyes. She saw the loneliness in his heart because he did not have the nourishment of familial love. She also saw Chiyu's desire for familial love. Irua's eyes also turned red. Of course, she knew how painful it was for a child to not have a mother. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Chiyu's shoulder. Her bright eyes looked at Chiyu's red eyes and said with a trembling voice, "Of course you can. If I can have a son like you, I will be so proud." He could no longer control his tears. Chiyu knelt on the ground with a thud. His voice was trembling, and his lips were trembling. After a full minute, he finally called out the words that he had not said for 20 years. "Mom." "Mom!" Irua hugged Chiyu's head in her arms, and her tears flowed down as well. Chiyu nestled in her arms. His heart was agitated like never before. He never expected that after coming to the ancient beast era, he would actually acknowledge a mother. A strong sense of familial love flowed in Chiyu's heart. He did not know how long he had been waiting for this day. When he was young, he had yearned for a mother so much. Now he finally had one. Although she was not his biological mother, she also had the blood of Kirin. That feeling of familiarity was enough to make up for everything. Long Jiang looked at Yi Ruo and Qi Yu in a daze. He sighed softly and walked forward slowly. He put his arm around Yi Ruo's shoulder and said, "Congratulations, Ruo. You have a good son." Yi Ruo looked at Long Jiang, and her big teary eyes were filled with happiness. Although she and Qi Yu felt very close before, they were not from the same era. There was always a barrier between them, and Kirin's illusion became the weapon that broke this barrier. Through Kirin's illusion, Qi Yu felt Yi Ruo's sincere care for him. It was also through Kirin's illusion that Yi Ruo saw the loneliness in Qi Yu's heart. Sometimes opportunities only existed for a moment, but now it was happening to them. Yi Ruo nodded at Long Jiang. More tears flowed down from her eyes. She naturally would not let Qi Yu recognize Long Jiang as his father. After all, the Kirin clan was the noblest clan among the divine beasts. Other than Kirin himself, it was impossible for him to recognize anyone else as his father. It had been a long time since Qi Yu had cried. When his tears wet Yi Ruo's chest, his heart felt incomparably carefree. His tears were tears of grievance, tears of sorrow for his past, but at the same time, tears of happiness. "Child, stand up." Yi Ruo helped Qi Yu to stand up. Looking at her son, who was half a head taller than her, Yi Ruo could not stop her tears. "Silly child, you must have suffered a lot when you were young." Qi Yu wiped his tears and said, "In my era there was a song. In the lyrics, a child without a mother is like a blade of grass. Not only do I not have a mother, I don't even have any relatives. I'm not even comparable to a blade of grass. If it wasn't for the country that raised me, I'm afraid I would have already become a wisp of resentful spirit." Yi Ruo held Qi Yu's big hand tightly and said, "Now you are no longer a child without a mother, right? I have not been so happy in a long time. Qi Yu, my son, Mother believes that you will become my pride in the future. You will become the pride of our Kirin clan." Qi Yu raised his head and looked at the white jade staircase in front of him. His confidence surged like never before. "Mother, don't worry. I will definitely get the Xianyuan sword. Take it as my gift to you." Taking a deep breath and looking at the leaf pattern on his right palm, Qi Yu took big strides and walked towards the staircase in front of him. Yi Ruo's figure flashed and suddenly stood in front of Qi Yu. She said, "Child, you must remember that when you are fighting, you must not have any emotional changes. Only by remaining calm can you make better judgments and unleash your full strength. Do you understand?" Qi Yu nodded and looked deeply at the mother he had just acknowledged. "Mother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." That's right. Being calm is indeed the key to victory. When a person has something in his heart, the emotions in his heart will play an even more important role. I must win this battle. I am fighting for you. You have already given me the strongest strength in the world, and that is motherly love. After finishing his last sentence, Qi Yu took a step forward and hugged Yi Ruo. Then he walked towards the staircase without hesitation. Yi Ruo looked at Qi Yu's back view. Her eyes were filled with a misty light. Suddenly, Long Jiang's voice rang in her ears. "Yi Ruo, do you know what I saw?" Yi Ruo looked at him doubtfully. Long Jiang smiled and said, "I saw absolute confidence. You are fighting for Mother." Yi Ruo's eyes were filled with pain. "Long Jiang, I don't want Qi Yu to do that anymore." Long Jiang was stunned and said, "Have you really made up your mind?" Yi Ruo's eyes were filled with hesitation. She threw herself into Long Jiang's embrace and cried, "I don't know what to do. Although I have a child, I feel too much sorrow from him. I don't want my son to suffer any more harm. Even if there's only a sliver of possibility, I don't want it to happen." Long Jiang sighed and said, "However, this is the only hope for us divine beasts to rise again. How about this? Let's not make any decisions. Let Qi Yu make his own decision, okay? After his battle with Emperor Huang, regardless of whether he wins or loses, we will tell him and let him make his own decision." Iruo raised her head and looked at Longjiang. The look in her eyes became even more complicated. At this moment, they felt the change in the energy in Xuanyuan's tomb. They raised their heads and looked at the staircase in front of them at the same time. At this moment, Qi Yu had already climbed up the staircase. He had taken 10 steps up. A golden light lit up in the middle of the staircase. A majestic voice sounded. "Who dares to barge into the territory of the Xuanyuan sword?" As the golden light grew brighter and brighter, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere within the golden light. Under the bright light, the silhouette looked extremely tall. He was actually around 3 meters tall, and his entire body was covered in golden armor. His long black hair flowed down his back, and his handsome face exuded a chilling aura. His pitch-black eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Intense light constantly radiated from his body. An invisible aura he exuded seemed to cause the surrounding air to become viscous. Huang Emperor. Was this person Huang Emperor? Qi Yu raised his head and looked at that imposing figure. A descendant of the Yan and Huang Emperors. He was one of the greatest ancestors of humankind. As he looked at Huang Emperor, Qi Yu suddenly had a strange feeling. It was just like the first time he had seen Iruo. Facing this greatest ancestor of humankind, he naturally showed respect from the bottom of his heart. "Greetings, Your Majesty Huang Emperor." Qi Yu bowed. Huang Emperor first looked at Iruo and the Longjiang couple below. When his gaze shifted to Qi Yu, it had already become much gentler. He nodded and said, "Did they bring you here?" Qi Yu nodded and said, "That's right. Your Majesty Huang Emperor, you are the ancestor of humankind. However, do you know that the beasts are already on the verge of destroying the divine beasts? If this becomes a reality, the next ones to be destroyed would probably be humankind. By that time, the only humans left would probably be the evil descendants of Qi Yu. I think this is not what you want to see." Huang Emperor looked at Qi Yu calmly and said, "Your goal is the Xuanyuan sword." Qi Yu was stunned. He did not expect Huang Emperor to be so direct. However, this was his goal as well. He looked at Huang Emperor without giving in. He nodded and said, "That's right. It is for the Xuanyuan sword." Huang Emperor nodded. His acting ability suddenly turned golden. 2 rays of golden light almost instantly pierced into Qi Yu's eyes. Qi Yu's body shook violently. His body started to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, his spiritual energy was completely frozen. It was as if his body was sealed. He completely lost control. Iruo was very anxious as she watched from below. Just as she was about to rush up to save Qi Yu, Longjiang stopped her. "Don't be anxious. In the past, we have also brought people from the Earth race here. However, there were no changes like this. It seemed that Qi Yu was indeed different. We have barged in many times. Huang Emperor did not hurt us. He will definitely not hurt Qi Yu, who is also a human. Wait." Under Longjiang's consolation, Iruo's emotions calmed down. She focused all her attention on Qi Yu. At this moment, Qi Yu's body trembled even more violently. The golden light instantly disappeared. The energy aura instantly calmed down. Qi Yu's body shook. He felt that his mind was blank. He shook his head forcefully and slowly came back to his senses. He suddenly realized that the golden light from Huang Emperor's eyes seemed to see through everything about him. Even his memories seemed to be copied. That kind of naked feeling made him very uncomfortable. Huang Emperor looked at Qi Yu in surprise. He said in surprise, "You actually do not belong to this world? You are a human who has inherited Kirin's bloodline. That is a little strange. Unfortunately, you are not the inheritor of the Xuanyuan sword." Qi Yu stabilized his emotions. He looked up at Huang Emperor and said, "In this world there is no absolute number 5. Wasn't it fate that Huang Emperor obtained the recognition of the Xuanyuan sword? Since I am able to stand here today, it proves that I have some fate with the Xuanyuan sword." Huang Emperor's eyes flashed coldly. He said indifferently, "That is because you think too highly of yourself. How can anyone obtain the Xianyuan sword? However, since you are a human, I can give you a chance. As long as you can defeat me, you will pass the second stage. You can go up and receive the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword. However, before that, I have to warn you. If you want to pass through my protection with your current strength, it is almost impossible. Leave. Don't waste your energy for something that doesn't belong to you." Qi Yu didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. He walked up the stairs step by step. I said, "In this world, there is nothing that is impossible. Since Huang Emperor has given me this chance, if I don't try, how can I be satisfied? You are the ancestor of the human race. Naturally, you are also my ancestor. You are the person I worship the most. As your descendant, I know that I am far from you. I don't know if His Majesty Huang Emperor can make an exception." "Make an exception?" Huang Emperor looked at Qi Yu in surprise. "You are not the first human to come here. However, you are indeed the first to ask me to make an exception. What reason do you have to think that I will make an exception?" Qi Yu laughed mischievously. "Because I am your descendant. Don't tell me that you do not wish for your descendant to obtain the Xianyuan sword?" Huang Emperor frowned. "Although you possess Kirin's bloodline and there are no flaws in your nature, the Xianyuan sword is not something that just anyone can obtain. For you, possessing the Xianyuan sword may not be a good thing. It is impossible for me to make an exception. As long as you can pass through my obstruction and reach the top of the stairs, it will be considered that you have passed this stage." Qi Yu's eyes lit up. "This is what you said. You cannot go back on your word." Huang Emperor said proudly, "I have never done anything that I regret in my life. Even when I swore to obtain the Xianyuan sword, to become the sword spirit of the Xianyuan sword after death, I have never regretted it." The smile on Qi Yu's face became even wider. "Of course I believe in you. As my ancestor, you are very noble. Then I am coming. Your Majesty Huang Emperor, please be careful." At this point, Qi Yu's advancing footsteps suddenly stopped. Facing this ancient emperor, how could he dare to be the slightest bit careless? Divine light flashed in his eyes. Kirin's shadow had already appeared behind him. A huge black and silver light continuously surged into the shadow. Kirin's aura suddenly surged. In almost an instant, Qi Yu had raised himself to the second stage of Kirin transformation. The thick black scales, the huge black wings, and the constantly shining Kirin pearl on his chest all represented the powerful strength of Kirin. He closed his left hand in front of his chest. The black and silver light condensed in the form of silk threads. With a flash of brilliance, the 1-meter-wide Kirin mirror appeared out of thin air. This was not the end. The surging Kirin, true fire, burned under Qi Yu's feet. The originally thick black Kirin armor was immediately covered with a layer of fiery red armor. The surging flames burned his body like a fire god descending to the mortal world. Under the effects of Kirin Red and the second stage of Kirin transformation, Qi Yu instantly raised his body's defense to the limit. The strong light flickered continuously. His body also became taller after Kirin transformation. He raised his head, and his silver hair fluttered behind him. Silver light bloomed in his eyes as he stared at Huang Emperor. Huang Emperor still stood in the same place, allowing Qi Yu to condense his power. There was not a trace of emotion in his calm eyes. After the light of Kirin Red burned, Huang Emperor smiled indifferently. He raised his right hand to the side. A golden light shot from the stairs to the platform. With a flash of light, a Xianyuan sword soul had already fallen into Huang Emperor's hand. Huang Emperor tilted his head and looked at the sword soul in his hand with some fascination. He looked at the sword soul in his hand obsessively. This sword soul was exactly the same as the sword soul form in the sword soul formation, but it was shining with a dazzling golden light. Turning his head, Huang Emperor's gaze fell on Qi Yu again. This Xianyuan sword has 50% of the real Xianyuan sword's power. Although it is only 50%, it is still indestructible. You have to be careful. When I attack, I will not show mercy. The Kirin pearl in front of Qi Yu's chest shone with a dazzling light. The thundercloud force in his body was instantly raised to the limit. On the armor formed by Kirin red, Kirin true fire was suddenly emitted. The fire that could burn souls was released within a radius of 3 meters around Qi Yu. With a stretch of his right hand, a huge sword that was the same shape as the Xianyuan sword appeared in Qi Yu's hand. It was also a huge sword in the form of energy. However, under the enhancement of Kirin true fire, it shone with a fiery red radiance. At this moment, Qi Yu suddenly understood another effect of Kirin red. It could enhance any weapon that he used with Kirin true fire. The same flame appeared on Kirin mirror. In an instant, the Kirin pearl, Kirin mirror, Kirin red, and Kirin illusion of Kirin's octatic treasures became powerful weapons for Qi Yu to enhance his strength at the same time. Wen Ting and Snow Girl stood up on the platform in the distance and stared at the stairs in the distance. Their eyesight was very good, so they could clearly see Qi Yu's body shimmering with flames and Huang Emperor's golden armor. One red and one gold. It was very obvious in Xuan Yuan's tomb. Even the sword souls in the sword soul formation seemed to be watching them, waiting for this peerless battle. Ah! Qi Yu shouted and stepped on the stairs in front of him with his left foot. His body leaped up high, and because his speed was too fast, there was a fiery red shadow behind him. A huge amount of energy was constantly released from his body. In his right hand, the huge sword that was formed by Kirin illusion suddenly glowed with a 10-meter-long Kirin true fire. It slashed downwards without any fancy moves and went straight for Huang Emperor's shoulder. At this moment, Qi Yu was like a real god of fire. This slash seemed to have condensed all of his fire thundercloud force. The explosive compressed thundercloud force instantly burst forth, and the surrounding fire energy seemed to riot. Huang Emperor still stood there, watching Qi Yu's mighty slash. There was some admiration in his eyes. The huge golden sword in his hand seemed to rise slowly, but it met Qi Yu's attack the moment Kirin illusion slashed down. Ding! There was no huge explosion caused by the collision of energy as expected. Only a clear boom was heard. Huang Emperor still stood there, and there was not even a trace of energy emitted from his body. However, the huge sword in Qi Yu's hand that was formed by Kirin illusion had shattered into pieces, and his tall body was sent flying hundreds of meters into the air. Fortunately, this place was no longer within the range of the sword soul formation. Otherwise, he would have been turned into a sieve by the sword souls. Only Qi Yu deeply felt the power of the Xianyuan sword. He had used all his strength in this slash. The main reason why he chose to attack head-on was to test the extent of Huang Emperor's power. However, after the real fight, Qi Yu realized that he could not sense Huang Emperor's power at all. When Kirin illusion slashed down and his attack collided with the Xianyuan sword in Huang Emperor's hand, an irresistible sharp qi immediately shredded Kirin, which was once ranked first in the Kirin octave, into pieces. That sharp qi slammed into Qi Yu's body like a wall, and he was sent flying high into the air. Qi Yu knew very well that Huang Emperor had already shown mercy. If the sharp qi from the previous slash had not been directed at him, then his body would have been cut in half. Even with the protection of the Kirin mirror, Kirin red, and his own Kirin armor, Qi Yu did not believe that his defense could withstand the slash of the Xianyuan sword, even if it was only the Xianyuan sword with 50% of its energy. However, Qi Yu, who was sent flying into the air, was not discouraged at all. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. Huang Emperor said calmly, "The Kirin bloodline is indeed worthy of its name. To be able to enhance a human's ability to this extent, I'm afraid that only those with the Kirin bloodline can do this. Your strength is not weak, but it is far from enough to pass my test. Energy should not be used like this." Only by condensing energy together can it exert its greatest power. Take what you did. Although it looks gorgeous enough, it has not exerted the characteristics of your own energy compression. How can you be my opponent? Moreover, do you think that a frontal attack can be compared to my Xianyuan sword? In this world, apart from the Pango axe, in terms of attack power, there is no other weapon that can be compared to the Xianyuan sword. Facing the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword head-on, no matter what you use, no matter what other weapon you use, you will only be defeated. I think there is no need to continue this test. Qi Yu smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty Huang Emperor, I have a question to ask you. Huang Emperor said, Ask away. Qi Yu said, In this Xianyuan tomb, you have lived for many years, guarding the Xianyuan sword. Don't you feel lonely? Huang Emperor was stunned, and the expression on his face changed slightly. He said, Lonely? Perhaps, but so what if I am lonely? Since I have chosen to guard the Xianyuan sword, I will definitely continue until the day the new master of the Xianyuan sword appears. Qi Yu smiled slightly and said, Indeed, I admit that with my own strength, I cannot pose a threat to you at all, and it is unlikely that I can pass your test. However, I have a suggestion, and I don't know if it is possible. Huang Emperor seemed to be very lenient towards Qi Yu. He nodded and said, Speak. Chapter 135. Huang Emperor said, Of course not. Although humans are born weak, their potential is infinite. If it wasn't for the limitation of lifespan, I'm afraid that no other race in this world could compare to humans. The wisdom and creativity of humans are enough to make themselves stronger. Although my descendants are constantly working hard, they are also affected by their lifespan. If they don't have magical opportunities, they are indeed not strong enough to compete with the giant beasts. This is also what I've been worried about. If humans only rely on wisdom, I'm afraid that it will take a long time before they can surpass the giant beasts. Qi Yu nodded and said, I come from the future. Everything you've said is the development of history, but it's not absolute. Perhaps my strength alone can't help humanity become stronger, but I have the blood of Kirin, so I'm confident that I can compete with any ancient giant beasts in the future. You've read my memory, so you should know that I now have the ability of the source of nature. My lifespan is no longer limited, and I was born to protect humanity. Although I'm not the new master of the Xianyuan sword, I'm still very satisfied to be able to come here. Your Majesty Huang Emperor, I sincerely beg you to let me stay and continue to fight with you and listen to your teachings. Huang Emperor looked at Qi Yu in surprise and said, You want to stay? Qi Yu nodded and said, Yes, I don't have any extravagant expectations of obtaining the Xianyuan sword, but I want to stay and listen to your teachings. I want to improve my strength through fighting with you, so that I can have a greater chance of protecting humanity in the future. You are the ancestor of humanity, our greatest hero. Do you want your ability to be lost? I believe that only through constant fighting can I better improve myself, and only through constant fighting can I better grow. So I hope to stay and relieve your loneliness. If one day I can really become your opponent and pass your test, then I will try again to see if I can become the master of the Xianyuan sword. The Yellow Emperor's eyes regained their calmness. He looked at Yi Fuqian in the sky, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I am the true sword spirit that guards the Xianyuan sword. I only have one task, and that is to protect the Xianyuan sword from being harassed by outsiders. As for the second test that I guard, only humans can take it. As the sword spirit, I can't teach you anything. But if you wish to continue fighting, I have no right to stop you. Looking at the trace of admiration in Huang Emperor's eyes, Qi Yu knew that he had made the right bet. He was overjoyed. What could be better than having an opponent who would not kill him and was much stronger than him? Only by fighting with the strong could he better improve his strength under pressure. Qi Yu had already deeply experienced this in countless battles in the past. At the same time, it was impossible for him to not covet the Xianyuan sword. The Shenyuan sword was an ancient divine sword in human history, and it was also the first divine sword. If he could have it, even in the era of ancient beasts, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Very well, Your Majesty Huang Emperor. I think I won't be discouraged until I reach the top of this ladder. However, there is one thing I have to say first. In the battle with you, I will use all kinds of methods to try to reach the top. Don't blame me for being despicable. Qiyu planned for a rainy day and found an escape route for himself. Huang Emperor smiled faintly and said, "What is the greatest strength of humans? Do you know?" Qiyu thought for a moment and said, "Is it creativity?" Huang Emperor shook his head and said, "Creativity is derived. Even if you have inherited the bloodline of Kirin, the energy that this bloodline brings to you is far less than the greatest strength of humans, and this greatest strength is wisdom. What is despicable? In a real battle, only victory is the ultimate goal. If you can rely on your wisdom to pass me, I will only feel gratified. Boy, come on, let me see how despicable you are." Qiyu laughed and said, "Great ancestor, Your Majesty Huang Emperor, then you must be careful. 1,000 tricks and 100 changes of the Xuanji realm technique." With his left hand in front of his chest, Qiyu, who was in the air, finally used his fifth Kirin's octatic treasures, which was Kirin's invisibility. Even in Xuanyuan's tomb, the space around the creation's network was still greatly affected by the appearance of Kirin's invisibility. A dark red light instantly enveloped the surrounding space, including the stairs, and everything in the surroundings suddenly darkened. The 1,000 tricks and 100 changes of the Xuanji realm technique enveloped Qiyu, Huang Emperor, and the stairs. At the moment when the 1,000 tricks and 100 changes of the Xuanji realm technique appeared, Qiyu had already moved. He did not expect his domain to be able to trap Huang Emperor. After all, in front of the ancient divine sword Shenyuan, any domain could be easily broken. What he was doing now was to use the teleportation ability of the 1,000 tricks and 100 changes of the Xuanji realm technique. In the blink of an eye, everything around him was plunged into darkness, and Qiyu's body also disappeared at this moment. The next moment, he was about to appear on the round platform where the Shenyuan sword was kept. Just when Qiyu was overjoyed and thought that he was about to succeed, Huang Emperor's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Have you forgotten? I've read all your memories. Although I can't use this domain, I've already learned all the changes in this domain from your memories." Qiyu's body, which was in the midst of teleportation, stopped. An irresistible force came over him, and he could only feel his body floating away. It was only then that the meridians in his body recovered. However, in the next moment, he could clearly feel that sharp aura again. There was a flash of golden light, which seemed to be splitting heaven and earth apart, and the surrounding darkness was cut apart. The 1,000 tricks and 100 changes of the Xuanji realm technique disappeared. Huang Emperor was still standing there, still holding the Shenyuan sword in his hand. He nodded at Qiyu, who was floating in the air, and said, "This domain created by Kirin is the most mysterious one I've ever seen. If I hadn't known about its power beforehand, perhaps you would have succeeded." Qiyu said somewhat discontentedly, "Your Majesty, this test doesn't seem fair. You already know all my abilities, you've read my memories, and you're even very clear about my fighting style. If that's the case, how am I supposed to fight?" Huang Emperor smiled slightly and said, "I've said before, as long as you're willing to stay here, you can continue to challenge me. You're right, I'm alone here, and I don't mind defeating you again and again. As for reading your memories, I'll only do it once. If you have the ability to create a domain that's as mysterious as this one, then I don't mind losing to you." Qiyu looked at the Emperor and shook his head helplessly. "It looks like our battle will have to continue. Mother, Senior Longjiang, you can leave now. Whether or not I succeed here, I'll return to the headquarters of the Tu clan to find you." Yi Ruo and Longjiang had been listening to the conversation between Qiyu and Huang Emperor. They never would have thought that Qi Yu would actually start bargaining with Huang Emperor. In the end, he even wanted Huang Emperor to become his sparring partner. What surprised them the most was that even though Huang Emperor didn't say it explicitly, he still agreed. This situation was completely out of their expectations. Long Jiang gave Irua a look and said, "All right, we'll go back first. It's your honor to be able to receive guidance from His Majesty Huang Emperor. We'll bring your wife and leave together. We'll wait for your news in the clan. Your Majesty Huang Emperor will take our leave." Huang Emperor just nodded his head and didn't say anything. However, his gaze was kind. From the bottom of his heart, Huang Emperor didn't have a good impression of the ancient beasts. This was also the reason why he decided to let Qi Yu stay after Qi Yu said so much. Even though Qi Yu had the blood of Kirin, he was still a human. Naturally, the emperor was very happy to see a strong descendant of his. If it wasn't for Yi Rua and Long Jiang protecting the two clan, they would have been destroyed by Huang Emperor long ago. Qi Yu shouted at Wen Ting. "Ting Ting Genesis Network, follow the two seniors back to the two clan and wait for me. I'll go back to find you after I'm done here." Under the effect of his own energy, his voice spread far and wide, allowing Wen Ting and Snow Girl to hear it clearly. When they came, Yi Rua, Long Jiang, and Qi Yu were all intercepted by the Sword Souls. However, when they left, the Sword Souls didn't have any reaction. With their cultivation, they quickly returned to the front of the Golden Door. Wen Ting didn't want to leave at first. She wanted to stay and accompany Qi Yu. However, Yi Rua told her that she was afraid that her presence would affect Qi Yu's mentality. Moreover, Huang Emperor definitely wouldn't hurt Qi Yu. Therefore, she brought the two girls away. After all, Xuanyuan's tomb still existed. It wasn't difficult for them to come here to see Qi Yu. In the Golden Halo, Wen Ting and Snow Girl left reluctantly. In the entire Xuanyuan's tomb, only Qi Yu and Huang Emperor were left. Huang Emperor said indifferently, "You can continue. Although intelligence is important, if the difference in strength is too big, you still won't be able to pass me. I can tell you one thing. In fact, in terms of energy, I'm actually not as good as you. However, in terms of actual combat experience, you're too far behind. If you want to defeat me, you have to use your own energy well. Only when your actual combat experience reaches a certain level can you pass my test." Qi Yu smiled bitterly. "But the Xuanyuan sword still has 50% of its power, isn't it?" Huang Emperor said, "Don't expect me to make an exception for you. If you can't even pass my test, then it's impossible for you to pass the Xuanyuan sword's test. I won't go easy on you." Qi Yu suddenly said, "Going easy on me? Ah, yes, I want to pee. What should I do?" Huang Emperor was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just when he was about to say something, Qi Yu suddenly moved. The same giant sword appeared in Kirin's hand. He stepped on Kirin, and his body flickered in the air. Lin Bing Do Jia Jia Zhan. Qi Yu quickly spat out the 9 syllables mantra. Every time he spat out a word, his body would change position. At the same time, Kirin's illusion would make a slash. After the 6 words ended, 6 slashes were made. The angle of each slash was extremely tricky. The slashes were aimed at places that were least likely to be attacked. At the same time, Qi Yu's 6 slashes had different attributes. He exerted the power of his 4 auspicious clouds to the limit. At the same time, 2 of the slashes contained the power of Kirin's origin. With Huang Emperor's guidance, the light and aura of the 6 slashes seemed to be much weaker than before. However, the energy contained in the 6 slashes was extremely condensed, and each sword shadow carried a surging energy. When the 6 slashes were made almost at the same time, the Kirin's mirror in Qi Yu's left hand disappeared. A 2-meter-long longbow appeared out of thin air in his left hand. His right hand pulled the bowstring, and the bow was like a full moon. A giant arrow shining with purple, blue, red, and green light appeared out of thin air on the illusory energy bow. Wasn't Kirin's illusion able to transform into any weapon at will? Naturally, the bow and arrow could be used as well. Qi Yu's thundercloud force continued to condense and compress into the giant's sword through Kirin's arm. The light on the body of the arrow began to distort, and its aura was completely locked onto Huang Emperor's body. The 6 sword energies approached Huang Emperor's body at the same time. His body finally moved. Qi Yu only saw his golden armored body take a few quick steps on the spot, and the 2-meter-long Xianyuan sword in his hand was as dexterous as an embroidery needle. Pick, cut, hook, and hack. The simple sword movements were completed in an instant by the golden silhouette of Qi Yu. Under the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword, the 6 sword shadows released by Qi Yu exploded with a huge amount of energy. Ding, 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 ding. 6 soft sounds were heard, and the attack that was enhanced by the 9 syllables mantra was instantly destroyed. Not only did the Xianyuan sword dissolve all the attacks, but it also shattered the energy brought by the 6 swords before they exploded. However, at that moment, Huang Emperor's expression was somewhat solemn. He could clearly feel the pressure that Qi Yu brought to him, and this pressure came from the giant arrow on the energy bowstring. Although he easily resisted the 6 sword attacks from Qi Yu, because of the movement of his body, he was instantly locked on by Qi Yu. Just as his body moved to dissolve the attack in front of him, Qi Yu's hand had already loosened. The trajectory of the arrow could not be predicted. When the bowstring had just hummed, the arrow had already reached Huang Emperor. At that moment, Huang Emperor had just finished his last move, and he had just dissolved all 6 of Qi Yu's swords. Qi Yu's timing was just right, and it was the moment when Huang Emperor was at his weakest. As soon as the bowstring sounded, Huang Emperor's gaze froze. Just when Qi Yu thought that he had successfully hit Huang Emperor, the Xianyuan sword unexpectedly moved in front of Huang Emperor, blocking the energy arrow of the 4 attributes. Rays of light burst forth from a single point, and a huge amount of energy instantly erupted from that point. First, a faint layer of light spread out in all directions, followed by a ring of light that spread out in all directions. That huge amount of energy did not make a single sound, but Qi Yu's body was thrown high up into the air. In the face of danger, his reaction was extremely fast, and he instantly placed the Qilin mirror horizontally in front of him. At the same time, he curled up his body behind the Qilin mirror and borrowed the rebounding force to shoot into the air. He did not dare to move back. Although it was the easiest way to dissolve the aftershock of the shock, the soul sword array was right behind him. Qi Yu did not want to become the target of public criticism. The entire Xianyuan tomb shook, and the huge energy trembled. All the Xianyuan sword souls temporarily stopped swimming. Wind, fire, thunder, and water. The 4 energy elements gradually dimmed in the surging explosion. Not only did Qi Yu's arrow condense all his energy, but it also condensed his full understanding of his own abilities over the past few days. It seemed like an arrow that was just a combination of energy, but it contained countless ingenious designs. In that arrow, the 4 attributes were arranged according to the order of mutual generation. When the explosion occurred, wind was used to support fire. Fire was used to support thunder. With water as the medium, the 4 attributes were superimposed to produce the strongest power. At the same time, because the energy explosion occurred at the tip of the arrow, the condensed energy reached the strongest effect. The explosive force produced by the pressure was almost 5 times that of Qi Yu's own strength. This was also the strongest attack he could unleash so far. Even Qi Yu himself did not know how high he had flown with the help of this rebound force. Waves of weakness kept coming from his body. Not only was his own energy weak, but his spiritual power was also weak. It must be known that he had condensed the energy of that arrow, arranged the energy of the arrow, and condensed the energy of the arrow into a point at the end, which consumed a lot of spiritual power. Without the guidance of spiritual power, how could he create such an effect? When there were no more energy fluctuations, Qi Yu put away his Kirin mirror, opened the wings on his back, and looked down. He was surprised to find that the originally wide platform was now just a golden spot in his eyes. He could not see the appearance of the Xianyuan sword clearly, because the place where the Xianyuan sword was located was completely covered by a layer of golden light. At this moment, Qiyu did not really hope that he could defeat Huang Emperor. He knew very well how strong the attack power of the condensed point of the arrow was. From the moment they met, he was full of respect for Huang Emperor. In the fight with Huang Emperor showed mercy. If that arrow had really hurt Huang Emperor, Qiyu did not dare to think about it. He quickly put away the wings on his back and quickly descended. When the golden spot of light below continued to enlarge in his eyes, Qiyu completely focused his spiritual power on his eyes, carefully searching for traces of Huang Emperor. However, the original staircase had become empty. Everything seemed to have disappeared along with his arrow just now. He floated down and landed at the place where he was previously. Qiyu was very anxious and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty Huang Emperor, where are you? I did not mean to hurt you. It was you who taught me to condense as much energy as possible into one point. Your Majesty Huang Emperor, where are you? It can't be. You will definitely be fine." Qiyu put away his Kirin transformation and strode up the stairs. If Huang Emperor was still there, he would definitely be on the platform. At this moment, he actually felt a little panic in his heart. He was afraid that he would really destroy Huang Emperor. That was the ancestor of mankind, and also his great ancestor. Just when Qiyu was about 10 meters away from the top of the stairs, suddenly, without warning, a resistance appeared in front of him. Qiyu felt his body hit an insurmountable barrier. With a bang, because he was rushing too quickly, his body was immediately bounced off and fell down. With a loud bang, he fell heavily on the platform below. If it was an ordinary person, such a heavy fall would probably have long been smashed into a meat patty. After all, from the platform below to the top was at least 100 meters high. However, with Qiyu's modified body, even if he did not use thundercloud force, it was impossible for him to fall to his death. A sharp pain came from all the bones in his body, but he still flipped over and jumped up from the ground. The Yellow Emperor's dignified voice rang out from above. "Before you confirm that your opponent has completely lost the ability to resist, you can't relax at all. You've been too careless." The golden figure reappeared and slowly walked down from above. Seeing Huang Emperor, Qiyu could not help but be overjoyed. He shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "That's great. This is really great." There was no way to express the excitement in his heart through his expression. Because of the height of tens of meters, Qiyu did not look carefully. At this moment, a trace of gentle light flashed in the Emperor's eyes. "Kid, do you think that kind of attack can defeat me? You overestimate yourself. I've said it before, with your current strength, you still have a long way to go if you want to pass me." Huang Emperor's voice was still so dignified, even a little strict. However, for some reason, listening to Huang Emperor's lecture, Qiyu felt very comfortable in his heart. He did not have a father since he was young, but he read many novels. Even he did not know that in his subconscious, he had already treated this human ancestor in front of him as a strict father. Although it was only a faint subconscious feeling, that kind of closeness was naturally emitted from Qiyu's body. "I knew that you would definitely be fine." Qiyu floated forward and met up with Huang Emperor in the middle of the stairs. Huang Emperor had already passed the Xianyuan sword to his left hand. With his right hand behind his back, he looked calmly at Qiyu and said, "You don't have to worry about me. Not to mention that your strength is far from enough. Even if you were strong enough, you would not be able to destroy me. As the guardian sword spirit of the Xianyuan sword and the guardian of Xuanyuan's tomb, unless the Xianyuan sword is destroyed. Otherwise, I will exist in this space forever. How about it? Do you still want to fight?" Qiyu smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it for now. The attack just now was launched after a lot of calculations and brainstorming by myself and Function. I gathered all of my strength. The thundercloud force in my body is too weak now. It cannot pose any threat to you at all. Huang Emperor snorted and said, "Idiot! No matter when you attack, unless there is no other threat, and under the premise that you can kill your opponent, you absolutely cannot use your full strength." Qi Yu stared blankly and said, "Why is that?" Huang Emperor said, "It's very simple. When you attack with your full strength, you can certainly increase your attack power to the limit. But you must also understand that in a situation where you attack with your full strength, it is simply impossible to change your move. Once the enemy withstands your attack, or if there are other enemies present, what you do is no different from suicide. The best attack is to only use 70% of your strength, leaving 30% for changes. While bringing pressure to the opponent with each strike, one also had to seek for changes. Absolute power was important, but technique was equally important. While possessing power, technique could not only reduce one's energy consumption, but could also better display the best effect of one's attack. For example, the 6 swords that you attacked me just now were strong, but the power was, after all, scattered. The energy of the 6 swords was extremely uneven. When you attacked, although the angle was tricky, it lacked the aura of a king and the confidence to win. Under such circumstances, although you can stop me for a while, it is impossible for you to force me to not be able to block your last arrow. At the same time, because your attack was divided into 2 waves, it caused your energy to be scattered. If you can concentrate all your energy on that arrow, the power that can be produced will definitely rise to another level." Qi Yu frowned and said, "But if I do that, what if you take the initiative to attack me? No enemy can watch me concentrate all my energy to launch my strongest attack." Huang Emperor said indifferently, "You can't, but that does not mean that others can't. Watch." As he said that, his left hand raised the Xianyuan sword high up, his eyes shining brightly, staring fixedly at Qi Yu. In that instant, Qi Yu suddenly realized that the person standing in front of him was no longer Huang Emperor, but a towering mountain. The huge spiritual pressure actually caused endless fear to rise in his heart. In that instant, the only thing he wanted to do was to escape and defend, almost subconsciously retreating quickly. Although the light on the Xianyuan sword did not change, Qi Yu could faintly feel a huge amount of energy condensing in the sword at lightning speed. The pressure disappeared, and Qi Yu panted heavily. Huang Emperor stood where he was and looked at him indifferently, saying, "Do you understand?" Qi Yu's eyes showed a trace of confusion, but after a short moment of thinking, his eyes suddenly lit up. I understand. It's spiritual power." Huang Emperor revealed a rare smile, saying, "That's right, it's spiritual power." Human attacks are divided into 3 types. Attacks that rely on one's own body and weapons are the lowest level of attacks, physical attacks. The higher level is attacks that rely on one's own condensed energy to launch attacks. And the word energy is very new, but also very vivid. I found it from your memories. Energy attacks are obviously much stronger than physical attacks. You can also think of me as a special form of energy. It's just that I'm not ordinary energy. The 3rd type of attack is the attack of spiritual power. Mind power itself was also a form of energy. It is superior in that it is invisible and also the highest level of attack. As the saying goes, subduing the enemy without a fight. When we fight each other, it is reflected on the spiritual level. When 2 people fight, the first thing that collides is actually the spiritual power between them. If your spiritual power can suppress your opponent and make them not dare to act rashly, you will naturally have more time to react. You have absorbed the energy of the reincarnation fruit, so your spiritual power is many times stronger than ordinary people. As long as you pay attention to the use and training of your spiritual power, it will definitely be of great benefit to your future battles. Do you understand? Qi Yu listened to every word Huang Emperor said seriously. It was hard to find such a good teacher. He was a smart person, and he would not let go of this kind of opportunity. He nodded and said respectfully, "I have learned." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately floated back to the platform below, sat cross-legged, and entered a state of cultivation. What he needed to do was not only to recover his thundercloud force, but also to meditate and understand the battle theory that Huang Emperor had taught him. This was the most valuable experience. Looking at Qi Yu sitting cross-legged below, Huang Emperor couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. He said to himself, "You are indeed a smart person. I hope you can understand more." At this moment, it was impossible for Qi Yu to see that Huang Emperor's right hand was moving rapidly behind his back. The energy light on it was much weaker than when he first saw Huang Emperor. How could the arrow, which was enhanced by the energy of the four elements, be so easy to resist? Qi Yu's meditation lasted for a long time. From this moment on, he had entered a real state of cultivation. In Xuan Yuan's tomb, there was no distinction between day and night. What Qi Yu did was to constantly repeat the process of cultivation. Every time his thundercloud force recovered to its peak state, and at the same time, when he comprehended some of Huang Emperor's instructions, he would challenge Huang Emperor again. The newly acquired Kirin's fantasy was also used by him more and more skillfully in the process of continuous battles. Various kinds of battle tactics were integrated with the experience that Qi Yu and Huang Emperor had taught him, as well as his various wonderful ideas. At this moment, Qi Yu had already forgotten everything in the outside world and put all his thoughts on how to defeat Huang Emperor. At the headquarters of the two tribe, standing by the Green River, Wen-Ting and Snow Girl stood side by side. The two girls had changed into their own clothes, and their long hair hung down their backs. This place was designated as a forbidden area by Yi Ruo, and no one from the two tribe would disturb them. Chapter 136. Snow Girl's eyes looked calm and gentle, without the coldness of the past. "Don't worry, Mom. I think he will be back soon." Wen-Ting's body trembled as she looked at the Snow Maiden beside her in shock. You called me!" Snow Girl's pretty face showed a naughty smile. "Why, can't I?" "Mom." There was a hint of motherly gentleness in Wen-Ting's eyes as she held onto the Snow Maiden's soft, yet slightly cold hand. "Yes, of course you can. However, I really can't figure out your personality. Sometimes you're even colder than a snowy mountain, but sometimes you're as mischievous as a child." The Snow Lady smiled and asked, "Then when did you like me?" Wen-Ting smiled. "Do you even need to ask? Of course it's you now. Even though you're no longer as childish as the Snow Maiden who called us Daddy and Mommy, I'm still very happy to see your warm smile." A pained expression suddenly appeared in the Snow Lady's eyes, but she quickly reverted to normal. "Thank you, Mother. If it weren't for you and Father, perhaps I would still be wallowing in pain and emotional turmoil. It was the two of you who healed the wounds in my heart. Back then, you sealed my own personality, and when I appeared to the outside world as a child, my two personalities gradually fused together under your unintentional influence. That was why I suddenly attacked Father. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have come to this world." Wen-Ting patted Snow Girl's hand and said, "It's all in the past. If we didn't return to this era, how could we have such a wonderful experience? Qi Yu, and I can see that something must have happened to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become like that. Can you tell me what happened that made you suffer such a big shock?" The Snow Lady nodded lightly and said, "I'll tell you if we can return to that era. Otherwise, what's the point of telling you about it?" "Mom, at that time, although my two personalities had fused back together and were controlled by my original personality, my emotions were actually very unstable at that time. The two personalities forcefully fused together brought me intense pain. The more I wanted to forget everything, the more my other personality kept repeating those memories. At that time, I was on the verge of collapse. When Dad was fighting with the green phosphorus splitting tree lizard, the reason why I attacked him was because he was causing me so much pain. At that time, I just wanted to die together with him and disappear from this world forever. However, I didn't expect that because of my own stupid behavior, we would be brought to this world. Under the effect of the spring of nature that Dad exuded, my originally painful emotions were finally completely integrated. However, I was still in great pain at that time. It wasn't until not long ago that I really found myself and restored my original personality. When Ting smiled and said, "The Genesis Network was when we met the ferocious Beast King." Snow Girl nodded gently and said, "I don't know why I suddenly called Dad at that time. At that time, I just felt that if I didn't call him Dad, I'm afraid I wouldn't have another chance in the future. When Dad forced me into the Kirin Pearl, I clearly felt that he cared for me from the bottom of his heart. It was completely a father's care for his child. At that moment, my heart was filled with all kinds of emotions. In the Kirin Pearl, I clearly saw everything that you did outside, and I clearly saw the whole process of your battle. I was so afraid of losing you. God is fair. It finally brought me hope. Dad didn't die, and you didn't die either. I stood in front of you again. It was from that time that my spirit gradually returned to normal, and I became a normal person again." When Ting held Snow Girl's hand tightly and said, "Do you really see him as your father?" A light flashed in Snow Girl's eyes. She glanced at Wen Ting and said lightly, "If he's not my father, then what else can he be?" Wen Ting smiled and said, "If we're not wrong, you should have cultivated as a plant. As for what kind of plant, we don't know. But if that's the case, I'm afraid that you're much older than me, let alone the 20-year-old Chiyu." Snow Girl lowered her head and said, "Is age really that important?" Wen Ting shook her head and said, "No, age is certainly not important. What's important is one's mentality. That's why I'm asking you, do you really see Chiyu as your father?" Snow Girl's eyes showed a trace of confusion. "To be honest, I don't know. I just feel that he's sincere to me, and so are you. When I'm with you, I always feel at ease. I like the way you care about each other, and I like it even more when you care about me. This is the feeling I look forward to the most. As for other things, I don't know. Perhaps human feelings are too complicated." When Ting sighed and said, "Since you can't be sure, don't make it difficult for yourself. Everything will pass. What you need to do is to face yourself. No matter what, I'll always be on your side. Dad, Mom, it's just a matter of how I address you. I like it when you call me that." Snow Girl smiled and leaned close to Wen Ting. She leaned her head on her shoulder and said, "Mom, can you tell me the story of you and Dad?" Wen Ting nodded and said with a smile, "What do you want to hear?" Snow Girl smiled mischievously and said, "I want to know everything that happened between you and Dad. For example, how did you know each other? How did you fall in love with him? Also, when did you decide to be in love? When did you get married?" Wen Ting smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a gossipy side to you. Your father, he's actually a ruffian." "Yes, a ruffian." Snow Girl laughed and said, "It turns out that beautiful women like ruffians. No wonder I heard that women don't like bad men." Wen Ting blushed and said snappily, "Who said I love him? Actually, we're not married. I don't have any real relationship with him." Snow Girl stuck out her tongue and said, "I'm afraid you won't believe this yourself. You even have a daughter my age. When Dad asked me to call you Mom, you didn't object." Wen Ting's pretty face turned even redder. Her elegant temperament became even more charming as she blushed. "Girl, when did you become such a mischievous girl? All right, it seems that if I don't tell you everything that happened between us, I don't know how you're going to frame me. Back then, Chiyu and I met in school. Boom!" The black figure flew backward, and its body changed 12 times in the air. Each time, it flashed in a different direction. Countless rays of light constantly burst out from its hands, dissolving the golden rays that were chasing it from above. The golden light that struck down from above could be seen clearly. It was clearly a sword ray, the creation's network. The energy that the black figure used to counter the sword rays was of various colors. However, the position of the attack was at the spine of the sword rays, and there was no direct collision. The golden and black figures merged and separated. Laughter could be heard. Good. It seems that you've understood the true meaning of battle. It won't be so easy to defeat you now. Chi, you landed on the ground. He didn't use Kirin transformation. At this moment, his whole body was emitting black and silver rays. Although Kirin transformation could greatly enhance his attack and defense, it also consumed a lot of his thundercloud force. At the same time, during the continuous battle with Huang Emperor, he gradually understood that Kirin transformation required a certain amount of time. Although this time was very short, if the enemy was strong enough, they could seize the opportunity to gain the upper hand. Only when one's own strength was strong enough could they better face everything and save energy for the battle. Therefore, on the third day of the battle with Huang Emperor, he stopped using Kirin transformation. Anyway, the defensive power of Kirin transformation was useless against the Shenyuan sword. It was better to save more energy to enhance his own attack and the various changes in his attacks. Isn't that because you taught me well? With such a good master like you, I will naturally improve very quickly. However, so what if my battle skills have improved? When you truly display the power of the Shenyuan sword, it's still impossible for me to defeat you. Chi Yu said helplessly. The emperor smiled indifferently and said, "A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. You brat, in such a short period of time, you have already improved so much. Are you still not satisfied? You've already attacked my body 134 times. Even if my Shenyuan sword is enough to destroy you, I can't guarantee that I won't be seriously injured when you're about to die. After all, you're a Qilin. I know the power of your Qilin arm," Chi Yu said. "Your Majesty Huang Emperor, I have a question. If you were still alive, with the true power of the Shenyuan sword, would you be able to defeat the king of the beasts, the Bull Demon King?" Huang Emperor frowned slightly and looked at Chi Yu. The light in his eyes dimmed a little. "Silly child, if it was possible, why would humans still be like this? It's true that I am very strong with the Shenyuan sword. However, I was only a human at that time. If it wasn't for the help of the divine beasts, which delayed the support of the beasts towards the Jili people, I would not have been able to destroy Chi Yu. The Shenyuan sword is the strongest among the 10 great ancient artifacts. However, how much of its power can I display? Even if I can display its full power, how many attacks can I withstand? Although I don't know about the Bull Demon King that you are talking about, it is impossible for me to perish together with the King of the Beasts in my era. In this Shenyuan tomb, if it wasn't for the power of the Shenyuan sword, I'm afraid that your 2 divine beast friends would have obtained it long ago. After all, I am a human. Even if my ability is slightly stronger than yours now, and I have the full power of the Shenyuan sword, I can only fight against a top-notch beast at most. Moreover, I am not like you. You have the support of Kirin's bloodline, while I am only a human. It is the Shenyuan sword that has given me power. However, that power is not enough to change the world. If I really fight against a powerful beast, it only needs to use its own power to exhaust my power in a wide space. When I can no longer lift the Shenyuan sword, I can only be destroyed. Or they only need to sacrifice a 10,000-year-old beast to take my attack head-on and then launch a sneak attack from the surroundings. In that case, I will still die. I am a human, not a god. So what if I am Huang Emperor? After all, I can't change everything about humans. The only people who can change humans are humans themselves. That is not something that can be achieved by one person's efforts. Do you understand? From Huang Emperor's eyes, Chi Yu saw a trace of deep sorrow. It was a feeling of helplessness and helplessness. Having been with Huang Emperor for more than a month, Chi Yu had a certain understanding of him through constant communication. That's right. As a powerhouse, how could he not feel pain when he could only watch the abilities of his clansmen being far inferior to those ancient beasts? It was also because of this reason that he accepted her and imparted his combat skills to her without reservation, seeing that she was also a human. With a faint smile, Chi Yu's eyes revealed a faint trace of coldness. He did not know how to comfort Huang Emperor, but after all, he did not belong to this era. The concept of humans being the wisest of all creatures had long been ingrained in his heart. He sighed and said, "Your Majesty Huang Emperor, you don't have to be too sad. The development of everything has its own process. The excellence of humans will not be buried. Perhaps in a few thousand years, or even tens of thousands of years later, the rulers of this world will be us humans." Huang Emperor looked at Qiyu with a faint trace of light in his eyes. "It's a pity that I am the sword spirit that guards the Shenyuan sword. Otherwise, I would really like to search for the Kunlun mirrors with you and go back to your era to have a look, to see how far my descendants have developed. Qiyu, you have been here for a period of time. Although you are still lacking in combat experience, I have taught you all that I can. I believe that as long as you work hard in your cultivation, your achievements will definitely surpass mine. Go back to your era and take my place to protect us humans. This is my only hope for you." Qiyu nodded his head solemnly and said solemnly, "As the king of the Zodiac guardian deities, it is my responsibility to protect humans. I will definitely do my best to protect the Yanhuang land from any external invasions and disturbances. As your descendant, I also have your blood flowing in my veins. I will definitely fulfill your wish." Huang Emperor smiled in relief. This was the first time that Qiyu had seen him reveal such a sincere smile since they had met. "Good. It seems like our acquaintance was not in vain. Although I know that it is impossible, deep in my heart, I still hope to see my descendants have abilities like yours. If that is really the case, the rule of us humans will no longer be limited to our world." Qiyu's heart stirred slightly. Huang Emperor was indeed far-sighted. In the era of the ancient beasts who knew how many years before his own era, he had actually already thought of the expansion of humans. Yes, in his era, the humans on Earth were already close to saturation, and the universe was the best space for humans to continue to develop. Huang Emperor continued, "All right, you can leave now. After all, I am only the sword spirit of the Shenyuan sword. There is no meaning for you to stay any longer. Go and find the Kunlun mirrors as soon as possible. With your abilities, I believe that you should be able to find the way back from the Kunlun mirrors. If you find the Kunlun mirrors and obtain its recognition, but still encounter problems, you can come back here to find me. I will do my best to help you." Qiyu nodded and said, "Your Majesty, Huang Emperor, thank you for your teachings these past few days. Although I know that you are my ancestor, and I should not say this, I still want to call you Master." As he spoke, he knelt on the ground and respectfully bowed to Huang Emperor as a disciple. Huang Emperor did not stop Qiyu's actions. He only smiled at him and said, "I go. I hope that we will meet again." Slowly standing up, Qiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Your Majesty, Huang Emperor, my master, before I leave, I hope that I can spar with you one more time." Huang Emperor looked at Qiyu with some surprise and said, "Could it be that you still haven't given up on the Shenyuan sword? Child, although it is good to have a higher goal, you must not be too ambitious. Although you already have abilities that far surpass that of a normal human, if you want to pass my test, you still have some way to go. Go back and do what you have to do." Qiyu smiled and said, "Master, could it be that you have no confidence in your disciple? If I don't try one last time, I will not be satisfied. Your disciple will have to learn from you." Huang Emperor also smiled and shook his head, helplessly. He said, "You are really difficult to deal with. Now that I am going against you, I have to be 120% vigilant. However, you have to be careful. In order to protect the Shenyuan sword, I will not go easy on you. When your strength is close to mine, I will truly display 50% of the Shenyuan sword's power. At that time, I am afraid that it will hurt you. You have to think carefully before you act." Qiyu said, "Master, I have learned many things from you. But now, I also want to tell you something that later generations of humans often say. In this world, nothing is impossible. Yes, I admit that I am not your opponent. It is even more impossible for me to match up to 50% of the Xianyuan sword's power. However, this does not mean that I cannot get past you and pass the second stage of the Xianyuan sword test." Huang Emperor was stunned. He also did not understand what Qiyu meant. His eyes flashed and he said, "Oh, so you still have a trump card that you have not used?" Qiyu shook his head and said, "I can't say that I have a trump card. However, do you remember the first day I met you? You once read my memory. After that, the origin of nature in my body was finally completely released under the influence of external forces and completely integrated into my body. It was also at that time that I obtained an ability from the origin of nature that did not originally belong to me." Huang Emperor smiled. Although he was smiling, his aura of overlooking the world was full of the demeanor of a king. "Good. It seems that you will not give up until you try. Then come. Let me see what ability you have to pass the second stage that I am guarding. If it is a domain-type ability like your Xianji realm technique, don't show it off. I can tell you in advance that the Xianyuan sword is the strongest weapon that can break through all domains. This is also one of its characteristics." Qi Yu's body slowly floated up from the platform. No energy flowed out of his body. This was one of the abilities the Yellow Emperor had imparted to him. Although the release of energy was dazzling, it was still a release of one's own energy. No matter how one looked at it, it was still a release of one's own energy. No matter how flashy an attack was, it was still the most practical. Only by using the limited energy to attack the enemy was the best choice. Therefore, when Qiyu floated up on the surface, he looked like an ordinary person. Not only did he not release any energy, there was not even a trace of pressure. His gaze suddenly became unusually calm, and he slowly stretched out his right hand in the direction of Huang Emperor. When Huang Emperor saw that Qi Yu was about to make a move, he did not dare to be careless. He knew his disciple best. Qi Yu's comprehension ability was much stronger than he had imagined. Although the Genesis network had only been around for a short period of a month, and Qi Yu's own energy had not improved much, his application of energy and various combat techniques had definitely improved by more than one level. In the face of the impending all-out attack, he did not dare to be careless. A golden light lit up in his right hand, and the Xianyuan sword appeared in his grasp out of thin air. In an instant, an invisible sharp aura had already pressed towards Qiyu in the air. He released his mental strength to sense the change in Qiyu's aura. Qi Yu still looked at Huang Emperor calmly. Not only did he not release any energy, he did not even release his mental strength. "Teacher, I'm going to start." Huang Emperor said indifferently, "Have you forgotten what I have taught you? When facing an enemy, attack the heart first. Use mental strength as the first wave of attack. Only then can you achieve the effect of subduing the enemy without fighting." Qi smiled and said, "Teacher, I have just said that in this world, nothing is impossible. At the same time, in this world, nothing is absolute. Teacher, you really have to be careful." In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Huang Emperor. His right hand was in the shape of a claw, and he directly grabbed at Huang Emperor's wrist. Huang Emperor frowned slightly, but his movement did not slow down at all. He bent his right wrist, and the hilt of the Xianyuan sword was already moving toward Qi Yu's wrist. At the same time, his left fist was already from below, attacking Qi Yu's ribs. Qi Yu's movement was very fast, even faster than Huang Emperor's. With a slight movement of his feet, his body had already deviated about a foot from his previous position, making Huang Emperor's punch miss. At the same time, his right hand was still in the shape of a claw, but with a slight movement, he had already bypassed the hilt of the sword and grabbed at Huang Emperor's right hand. At this time, Qi Yu's body was almost within a foot of Huang Emperor. Huang Emperor was slightly surprised. These days, he did not know how many times he and Qi Yu had fought, but it was the first time that he had encountered such a situation. Qi Yu's sudden change of tactics made him a little uncomfortable. However, Huang Emperor had fought countless battles in his life. Although he was surprised, he quickly reacted. His body quickly retreated, and at the same time, the Xianyuan sword had already swept horizontally to meet Qi Yu's body. Qi Yu's footsteps were very fast. Although Huang Emperor's movements were not slow, he seemed to have already expected Huang Emperor's next move. His right claw instantly retracted, and with a turn of his body, he had already arrived behind Huang Emperor, still grabbing at Huang Emperor's right hand. It was appropriate to describe Huang Emperor's current feeling as if a bone was stuck in his throat. In terms of cultivation, he was higher than Qi Yu, and in terms of speed, he was definitely not slower than Qi Yu. He also had the Xianyuan sword with the strongest attack power among the 10 great artifacts in his hand. However, at this time, Qi Yu was tightly attached to his body, like a maggot in a rotten bone, not giving him a chance to exert the power of the Xianyuan sword. Moreover, Qi Yu did not even launch an attack on his body. He only used the extremely condensed power of Kirin's arm to gather on his claw, threatening his right hand at all times. This kind of situation made it impossible for Huang Emperor to exert the combat power that he should have. He could only constantly change his body, trying to shake off Qi Yu. Qi Yu's fighting style was based on not seeking to attack, but seeking to avoid mistakes. He only tightly entangled with Huang Emperor, looking for flaws in Huang Emperor's movements. For a moment, the two figures were constantly entangled on the stairs. Qi Yu could not hurt Huang Emperor, but Huang Emperor also had no way to shake off his rascally entanglement. This battle could be said to be the least intense since the two of them met, but it could also be said to be the most intense. Although there was no real collision of energy levels, every movement of the two of them was so small that no one dared to leave the slightest gap for the other. Huang Emperor smiled. "Well, you really deserve to be my disciple. You can actually think of such a way." Qi Yu clung to Huang Emperor's right claw without the slightest carelessness. He laughed and said, "The attack power of the Xianyuan sword is something that I can't resist. However, as long as the Genesis network can stay tight, the advantages of the Xianyuan sword can't be exerted, and its shortcomings will be exposed. The biggest disadvantage of the Xianyuan sword is its size. With a 2-meter-long blade, even if you are proficient in using it, it is impossible for you to pose a threat to me in this narrow space. Without the power of the Xianyuan sword, it will not be easy for you to defeat me. Teacher, don't say that I'm a rascal. This is the only way I can think of to restrain the Xianyuan sword." Huang Emperor smiled. It was a smile full of relief. "How can I blame you for being a rascal? I have told you long ago that in a battle, the ultimate goal is to obtain the final victory. It doesn't matter what means you use during the battle. Good boy, you can come up with this method, and you have been holding back until the last moment to use it on me. However, do you think you can defeat me in this way? Then you are still too naive. In a sense, unless you can overwhelm the Xianyuan sword in terms of energy, it has no flaws." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yu suddenly felt his whole body tighten. The next moment, the blade of the Xianyuan sword had already reached his side. Without any hesitation, Qi Yu quickly leaned back as if his waist was broken. At the same time, he lifted his right foot at lightning speed and tapped the tip of his foot on the Xianyuan sword. Before the attack of the Xianyuan sword could continue, he had already floated out and landed 100 meters away, looking at Huang Emperor in surprise. At this moment, the Xianyuan sword that was originally held in Huang Emperor's hand was floating beside him, slowly rotating. Huang Emperor smiled and said, "How did you come to my place? Have you forgotten? Since the sword souls in the sword soul formation can attack through the void, why can't I use Qi to control the sword?" Qi Yu looked at Huang Emperor and smiled bitterly. "Teacher, this is really too difficult. The Xianyuan sword can be used like this, unless my ability can truly surpass half of the Xianyuan swords, and I also have a weapon that can withstand its abnormal attack power. How else can I pass your test?" Huang Emperor said indifferently, "If you can't pass this test, it proves that you are not qualified to use the Xianyuan sword and become its new master. Yes, this test is indeed very difficult, but sometimes, under the circumstances of coincidence, when the master of the Xianyuan sword comes here, any difficulty will become simple. Unfortunately, you're not the destined master of the Xianyuan sword. Go, you've already tried for the last time. You should give up now. Qi Yu smiled indifferently and said, Teacher, I admit that the Xianyuan sword is indeed invincible, and it is also something that I cannot defend against. However, I still won today. I will pass. Chapter 137. Huang Emperor didn't think that Qi Yu had lost his mind. He saw absolute confidence in Qi Yu's eyes. A trace of uneasiness rose from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Qi Yu's body suddenly emitted a dazzling silver light. The huge silver light instantly enveloped the entire area of the stairs and quickly closed inwards. Huang Emperor frowned slightly and said, Didn't I tell you that the Xianyuan sword can break through any domain? What's the point of doing this? Qi Yu smiled. That's right, the Xianyuan sword can indeed break through all domains. However, there is one thing you have forgotten. What you are holding in your hand is not the real Xianyuan sword. The silver light instantly grew stronger. Qi Yu's hands slowly came together in front of his chest, as if he was hugging a huge ball. He shouted word by word in a deep voice, Silver Dragon Cover. A cage-like domain appeared without warning, completely enveloping the emperor. At this time, Qi Yu had already climbed up the stairs again. Huang Emperor's reaction was very fast. The Xianyuan sword in his hand turned into countless sword shadows and slashed across the domain in front of him. However, something shocking happened. The Xianyuan sword that he had always believed to be indestructible in his heart was actually unable to do anything at this time. The silver light still surrounded the surroundings, and the moment the sword light that he released came into contact with the silver light, it immediately melted like ice and snow. Qi Yu had already walked step by step to the outside of the silver dragon cage. He smiled and said, Teacher, do you want to try again? Huang Emperor looked at Qi Yu unwillingly. No, this is impossible. The Xianyuan sword can break through all domains. How did it become like this? Qi Yu, tell me, how did you do it? Qi Yu waved his right hand and the silver light disappeared. Huang Emperor was released. Although Huang Emperor was only sealed for a short moment, Huang Emperor knew very well that the silver light that did not seem to have much energy fluctuations was something that he could not break through. A calm look appeared in Qi Yu's eyes. Teacher, do you remember what I said just now? Yes, the Xianyuan sword is indeed a super magical weapon that can break through any domain. However, there is one thing you must be clear about. What you are holding in your hand is only the sword soul of the Xianyuan sword. In other words, it is the energy produced by the Xianyuan sword, not the real Xianyuan sword. This is also the biggest flaw in your level. The silver dragon domain that I used only has one simple function, which is to block any energy attacks. In this situation, whether it is the Xianyuan sword in your hand or your body, you are both of them. As a sword spirit, you can't use physical attacks. After a brief moment of surprise, the Emperor's eyes gradually calmed down. The golden light in his hand disappeared, and the Xianyuan sword disappeared. He angrily punched Qi Yu's shoulder, causing him to stumble. Brat, did you already know that the silver dragon shield could restrain me? This is the ability you said you comprehended from the reincarnation fruit, right? Qi Yu nodded and said with a smile, Yes, this is the ability I finally comprehended from the reincarnation fruit. When I was fighting with the green phosphorus tree splitting lizard, it used this realm to deal with me. After all, in this realm, no energy attack can be used, and the green phosphorus tree splitting lizard's body is very strong. This is also the normal use of the silver dragon cover, but it was broken by my 1,000 changes technique of jade pearl. The green phosphorus tree splitting lizard died in my hands, and its NEI pill was directly launched by me. The energy accumulated in the reincarnation fruit entered its NEI pill when I was transported to this era. It was with the help of the reincarnation fruit that the green phosphorus tree splitting lizard was able to comprehend the silver dragon cover. Therefore, when I absorbed the energy in the green phosphorus tree splitting lizard's NEI pill, not only did I obtain the energy of the reincarnation fruit and turn it into the origin of nature, but at the same time the energy of the silver dragon cover was also hidden in my body. When you were reading my memory, the origin of nature was invaded by an external force. Even I didn't know what was going on. During the battle with you, I already possessed the ability of the silver dragon cover. However, I didn't expect that I could use the silver dragon cover to restrain you. Although I thought of it later, I still hoped to learn more from you, so I didn't use it. Now I'm leaving. Even if I can't get the real Xianyuan sword, I still hope to go up and see what the divine sword with the strongest attack among the 10 great divine weapons looks like. Huang Emperor looked at Chiyu with a look of helplessness in his eyes. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect that my supposedly strong defense would be rendered useless in such a domain. It seems that nothing in this world is absolute. Everything has its counter. You're right. Within the limits of the silver dragon shield, I admit that I have no way of dealing with it. Chiyu chuckled and said, Master, does this count as a pass? Huang Emperor looked at the evil smile on Chiyu's face and was furious. Good lad, you can be proud of yourself. Pass? If you pass. As he spoke, he suddenly lifted his leg and kicked Chiyu's, but lifting his body high into the air. Chiyu seemed to be riding the clouds and ascended to the platform at the top of the stairs. In order to make Huang Emperor feel better, Chiyu deliberately pretended to be in a panic. His body constantly flipped in the air, but when he reached the platform at the top of the stairs, he just happened to land smoothly. In a flash, Huang Emperor had already arrived at Chiyu's side. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh together. Chiyu laughed very happily. It wasn't because he had passed Huang Emperor's test, but because he was excited about the progress in his strength in the past month. The increase in strength was what he had hoped for the most. At the same time, he was also a little proud that he could finally see the true appearance of the Xianyuan sword. Although the sword souls from before had the appearance of the Xianyuan sword, they were only sword souls after all. They could only roughly see the sword's appearance, but couldn't see it clearly. The platform wasn't big, only about 100 square meters. In the center of the platform, there wasn't any light shining as Chiyu had imagined. It was completely different from what he had seen from above. At this moment, he saw the Xianyuan sword calmly inserted into a square stone about 1 meter high in the center of the platform. There were many words that Chiyu couldn't understand on the stone, covering the entire stone. Among those words, there was occasionally a faint golden light flowing. At this moment, the Xianyuan sword, together with its scabbard, looked like an ordinary sword. There wasn't any light shining. Its appearance was simple. The black hilt, the broad and heavy sword body, looked like an ordinary iron sword. Is this the Xianyuan sword? The Xianyuan sword of the 10 great divine weapons? Chiyu asked subconsciously. Huang Emperor's eyes were filled with strong emotions. Yes, it is the Xianyuan sword. In the past, I relied on it to gradually develop the human race and drive the savage, Jili people to the wilderness. It is also the Xianyuan sword with the strongest attack power among the 10 great divine weapons. Go, whether you succeed or fail. You have the right to take the 3rd test here. Chiyu lifted his head to look at Huang Emperor. From his gentle gaze, Chiyu could see encouragement and blessings. He knew that at this moment his teacher also hoped that he could obtain the Xianyuan sword. However, could he really obtain its approval? This was one of the most powerful divine weapons. He slowly lifted his feet and walked step by step towards the Xianyuan sword. He found that his feet were very, very heavy. It was as if the air around him had become heavy. The Xianyuan sword seemed to be calling out to him, but also seemed to be repelling him. At this moment, in Chiyu's eyes, this sword seemed to exist only in the world. Huang Emperor's deep voice rang in Chiyu's ears. The Xianyuan sword is not a sword for killing. On the contrary, everything it has nothing to do with killing. One side of the sword is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side is engraved with mountains, rivers, and plants. One side of the sword hilt is engraved with the art of farming, while the other side is engraved with the strategy of unifying the four seas. It is the representation of courage, wisdom, and kindness. What the Xianyuan sword embodies can best be described with one word: the divine path. Looking at the simple and unadorned sword hilt of the Xianyuan sword, Qiyu murmured and repeated Huang Emperor's words. The divine path. That's right, it's the divine path. Use your heart to feel everything that the Xianyuan sword can bring, and accept its test. If you can draw it out of the scabbard, then you'll be its new master. Huang Emperor's eyes were filled with encouragement. You could pass his test. Now, even he was not sure whether this young man from the future in front of him was the true master of the Xianyuan sword. As a fellow human and the greatest ancestor of mankind, Huang Emperor sincerely hoped that the Xianyuan sword could be used by mankind again. And right now, this was the best opportunity. Yu had already walked to the front of the Xianyuan sword. The closer he got to this godly sword, the stronger the pressure in his heart became. Just as Huang Emperor had said, on the long sword hilt there were fine engravings of characters that he did not recognize. Taking a deep breath, Yu dispersed the thundercloud force in his body to his limbs and bones. He slowly raised his hands and held the thick sword hilt. At that moment, Yu's body seemed to freeze. Everything around him seemed to have stopped, and Huang Emperor's body also disappeared when he held the sword hilt. A wave of pure energy rushed into Yu's body through his hands that were holding the sword hilt. The thundercloud force in Yu's body reacted naturally, but before the thundercloud force could intercept it, the pure energy had already dispersed and directly integrated into his body. Then, Yu's mind suddenly fell into a blank. There was no Xianyuan sword in front of him, nor was there Xianyuan tomb. The expression on Yu's face turned blank. His body and mind had already entered another world at this moment. He was surprised to find that his body was in a hospital. His surroundings were pure white, and he could even clearly smell the smell of disinfectant. Everything around him was very calm. In the middle of the room, there was a beautiful woman lying on the bed. Her face looked a little pale, and her hair was scattered on the pillow. However, her big, lifeless eyes were emitting a gentle light. She was looking at the pram at the side. In the pram, a naked baby boy was rolling in the crib, and occasionally he would talk in his sleep. Where is this? Yu asked himself doubtfully. He was now standing between the pram and the bed where the beautiful woman was, but the beautiful woman seemed to not see him. She just focused her eyes on the crib, and her eyes were full of motherly love. At this moment, the ward's door suddenly opened and a man walked in. Yu's heart and body were instantly shaken when he saw this man. He was shocked to find that this man's appearance was 60 to 70% similar to his own, except that he was much more handsome. The man walked into the ward and quickly walked to the bedside. He actually passed through Yu's body and sat on the bed. His eyes were full of concern. "Wife, how are you? Do you feel better?" As he spoke, he had already pulled the beautiful woman's hand, and his eyes were full of gentle light. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Fool, how can I get better so quickly? I'm fine. Look, our child is so energetic." The man's gaze followed the beautiful woman's gaze to the crib at the side. The light in his eyes suddenly became gentle, and he even said with some excitement, "Thank you, wife. I'm finally a father. This is our son, the crystallization of our love." The beautiful woman gently nodded and smiled. "You are also a father. Can you give our son a name?" The man smiled mischievously and said, "I have already thought of a name. I hope that he can be like a mountain, forever high and mighty, and inherit my family business. I started from scratch and worked hard. From now on, everything I have will belong to our child. So, my son's name will be Chiyu. The Chi family will always be a towering mountain." Hearing the man's last words, Chiyu felt as if his brain was about to explode. He never expected that the people who suddenly appeared in front of him would actually be the parents that he had been thinking about day and night. He didn't know how many times he had hated them, and how many times he had looked forward to meeting them. He had never had any impression of them after 20 years. Chi wanted to shout, but he couldn't make a sound. At this time, everything in front of him suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings immediately fell into darkness. "Dad, Mom, where are you?" Chi painfully shouted in his heart. His soul was trembling because of the previous scene. His parents were the closest people to him, but they were the eternal pain in his heart. The light changed, and his eyes lit up again. He was still in the hospital ward, but this time there was no trace of his parents. Only the baby was still in the crib, and it seemed that he had already fallen asleep. "Is this me?" Chi-Yu's emotions were stirred up again. "Is this me when I was a child? So I also have parents and they love me so much. But where are they now? Where did they go?" Chi-Yu found that not only could he not make a sound, but he couldn't even move his body, which was quietly standing there. The door opened, and a man in a black suit quietly walked in from outside. He first looked around, as if he was very vigilant. Then he took a big stride and came to the side of the crib with a faint trace of helplessness on his face. "Today is the last chance. They are going to be discharged soon. I'm sorry." The man in black bent down and carried the baby in the crib. He took out a small quilt from the bag on his back and wrapped the baby up. Then he quietly left the room. Seeing this scene, Chi-Yu was completely stunned. That man in black carried me away when I was still a baby. What did he want? Why did he carry me away? Chi-Yu wanted to chase after him, but his body couldn't move. Everything in front of him disappeared again, and everything around him fell into darkness again. In the endless darkness, he suddenly heard a mournful cry. "Child, my child, where are you?" This voice was so emotional that it sounded a little hysterical. However, Chi-Yu could still clearly recognize that this voice came from the beautiful woman, who was also his mother. I'm here, mother, mother." Chi-Yu cried. Although he couldn't see his own body, his heart was crying. The knot that had been entangled in his heart suddenly loosened at this moment. He understood that he wasn't abandoned by his parents, but was taken away by someone else. Why did they take him away and throw him into an orphanage? Why did they separate him from his parents and make him suffer for so many years? Chi-Yu's emotions were extremely emotional. At this moment, the surroundings lit up again, but this time it wasn't in the hospital. Everything around him was very familiar to Chi-Yu. It was in front of the orphanage that he had lived in when he was young. A little boy who looked like he was only 3 or 4 years old stood there, looking at the crowd on the street. The surroundings were very noisy, and there was an endless stream of people passing by. However, the little boy seemed so lonely and helpless. His eyes were very calm, so calm that it was a little scary. This boy was Chi-Yu, who was 3 years old. Everything in front of him suddenly flashed into the distance, turning into a scene. Chi-Yu looked to the side, and behind it, scenes after scenes gradually appeared. Chi-Yu could clearly tell that the main characters in these scenes were himself, starting from the age of 3, then 5, 8, 10, all the way until he was 19. The scene stopped at the scene of him and Yan Xiaoyi's brick-breaking martial art. Everything had once again sunk into darkness, but Chi-Yu's mind was still in an incomparably agitated state. That mournful cry continued to hover in his mind. All of this originated from him. All of this was what he had experienced in his life. It had been a long time since he had thought about his parents. As he grew older, he had long since determined that he was a true orphan. Whether it was being abandoned by his parents or the death of both of them, none of this had anything to do with him. Living was already a luxury for him, and it could be said that living was painful. All of this had changed on the day he met Grandmaster Zaglu. Darkness. Endless darkness. Qi Yu found himself powerless. Everything around him didn't seem to belong to him. He had seen his entire life from a bystander's point of view. His heart suddenly felt like it was about to shatter. It was as if the darkness before him was the most beautiful place. Was it really like this? Suddenly, his surroundings lit up again. This time, he appeared in a spacious grassland, and Qi Yu suddenly found that he could move his body. With the appearance of the grassland, an incomparably huge pressure suddenly came from the front. On one side of the horizon, an incomparably huge body was taking steps that caused the earth to tremble. It was walking towards his direction. There were 2 horns on its head, and it held a trident in its hand. The huge body was filled with an aura of fear. It was the Bull Demon King. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Bull Demon King, Qi Yu's heart instantly tightened. He lowered his head to look at his hands. This time, it didn't feel like an illusion. Everything became so real. "Qi Yu, what should we do now?" A familiar voice sounded in his ear. When Qi Yu turned around to look, he was instantly stunned. There were a total of 5 people standing behind him. 5 women. They were Hai Ruyue, Ming Ming, Wen Ting, Shangbing, and Snow Girl. 5 women. 5 of the most important women in his life. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. They looked straight at the Bull Demon King, who was approaching them step by step. Snow Girl said pitifully, "Father, save me, save me." Wen Ting didn't say anything. She just stuck close to Qi Yu and said in a low voice, "Let me become your strength. Absorb the energy of my giant beast relic. As long as I can be with you. Even if I lose my body, I'm willing." A cold light flashed in Hai Ryue's eyes. She snorted coldly and emitted the aura of a dragon warrior. "Let's fight it out with him. At most, we'll die together." Ming Ming lowered her head. Although she didn't say anything, her body was trembling because of fear. Qi Yu suddenly saw clearly that there was a thorn in her chest. That purple thorn immediately reminded him of the scene at the Lost Soul. Shangbing's body was trembling. He looked at the Bull Demon King in the distance. "The Dark Parliament is here for me. Qi Yu, the Dark Parliament is here to capture me. What should I do now? You should go. Quickly go far away. Don't worry about me." The gazes of the 5 women fell on Qi Yu. Hai Ruyue took a deep breath and made a prompt decision. "Qi Yu, you take Wen Ting and leave immediately. If you really can't do it, you can absorb Wen Ting's energy. We're going to die anyway. Instead of letting Wen Ting die in the hands of the Bull Demon King, it's better to let her give you her energy. In that case, with the help of the golden-winged eagle, you might be able to escape." Ming Ming weakly leaned on Hai Ruyue. She raised her head and looked at Qi Yu with gentle eyes. "Go, you should go quickly. I'm going to die soon. We'll block him. You should go quickly. This is your last chance." The fear in Snow Girl's eyes suddenly disappeared. She shook her head forcefully. "No, I don't want the fire to burn Dad. Dad, you should go quickly. Snow Girl will also stay to block him. Hurry, or else it'll be too late." The Bull Demon King was getting closer and closer to them. That huge pressure made it difficult for Qi Yu to even breathe. The 5 women around him all had a determined look in their eyes. They took a step forward at the same time and blocked in front of Qi Yu. Different colored lights were emitted from their bodies at the same time. The huge energy waves made them look very tall. Looking at them, then looking at the approaching Bull Demon King with a hideous smile on his face, Qi Yu's blood seemed to be boiling. "Go! Where do you want me to go? Even if we die, we'll die together." Everything around him was so real. There were no other memories in Qi Yu's mind. There was only what was happening in front of him. He had no idea why he was attacked by the Bull Demon King here. He also did not know why the 5 women appeared at the same time. However, in his spiritual perception, everything was so natural. There was no sense of illusion. The 5 women looked back at him at the same time. Different expressions appeared on their 5 beautiful faces. Ryue said angrily, "Idiot, why aren't you leaving?" Wenting said mournfully, "Chiyu, you should go quickly. I'll help them block for a while, and then chase after you." Ming Ming panted heavily. She looked at Chiyu and said anxiously, "I beg you, leave quickly. As long as you're alive. Even if I die, it'll be worth it." Shangbing said coldly, "Chiyu, you idiot. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." Snow Girl looked deeply at Chiyu and said softly, "Father, do you know? Although you're not my biological father, you bring me warmth. In Snow Girl's heart, you'll always be the most important person. You should go. Snow Girl thinks it's worth it to sacrifice yourself for father." Looking at the 5 women in front of him, Chi-Yu suddenly felt very calm. His figure flashed, and he was already beside the 5 women. The thundercloud force in his body was quickly raised to the limit. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll go. I'll leave everything here to you." The 5 women's eyes revealed a look of relief. It was as if they were excited to have a man who could protect them. Just as their gazes were filled with tenderness, Chi-Yu's body suddenly moved. Without any pause, his body had already flashed past Hai Ryue's side. Then, like the floating clouds and flowing water, he passed through the 5 girls' bodies. Apart from Shangbing, the other 4 women's eyes revealed a look of confusion. They slowly fell to the ground. Chi-Yu's movements were very fast. He did not let any of them fall to the ground. His eyes flickered and the Kirin pearl shone brightly. It absorbed the delicate bodies of Hai Ryue, Wenting, Snow Girl, and Ming Ming. Shangbing stared at him dumbfounded and said, "Why? What are you doing?" Chi-Yu calmly carried her and said with a smile, "Silly girl, as a man, do you think I'll abandon the people I love to escape? Even if you are just my ordinary friends, I won't let you die for me." Shangbing was a little sad and said, "Then why did you keep me?" Chi-Yu suddenly hugged Shangbing's slender waist and pulled her into his arms. "Because, among them, you are the calmest one. In this kind of situation, calmness is what I want to see the most. Shangbing, promise me. Bring them away from here for me to a safe place. Protect their lives and protect yourself. I used the thundercloud force to seal the Kirin Pearl. One day later, the Kirin Pearl will automatically release them. This is my last request. Can you promise me?" Shangbing stared blankly at Chi-Yu and said, "If I leave, what about you?" Chi-Yu did not reply. His gaze slowly shifted to the other side. There, the Bull Demon King was getting closer and closer. Death is not scary. I hope to die without any worries. Even if I die, I want to leave an unforgettable memory for them. Go! I believe that I didn't choose the wrong person. Now, you have the lives of 5 people on your shoulders. Don't disappoint me." As he spoke, he slowly took off the Kirin Pearl from his neck and carefully put it on Shangbing's neck. In order to not let the Kirin Pearl's aura repel her, he purposely added a controlling energy to the Kirin Pearl. Shangbing stared deeply at Chi-Yu and nodded. "I understand. Their love for you is worth it." As soon as she finished speaking, her body had already floated up and she quickly ran into the distance. Looking at Shangbing's departing figure, the light in Chi-Yu's eyes instantly became much gentler. It was as if he had let go of a burden on his mind. He once again faced the approaching Bull Demon King. At this moment, his right arm had already swelled up from the condensation of the thundercloud force. A huge aura was emitted from his body along with the increase of the energy in his body, resisting the pressure brought by the Bull Demon King. At this moment, everything around him suddenly disappeared. Darkness appeared in front of Chi-Yu. After a short daze, all his memories returned to his mind. What happened just now? What did I experience? Why did everything feel so real? Chi-Yu's heart gradually calmed down. He recalled the scene that had just happened. It was as if his memories had been controlled and he could only react instinctively. At this moment, his mind suddenly lit up. He remembered everything that he had experienced. He also remembered the Xianyuan sword. Chapter 138. He shook his head forcefully. His rationality told him that it was all an illusion and not real. However, emotionally he was very willing to accept the illusion from before. For a moment, his brain became a little chaotic. If there was a person who suddenly obtained an incomparably powerful force, and now, two things have appeared in front of him at the same time. One is that his beloved woman has been captured by the enemy and is waiting for him to rescue her. The other is that his most terrifying enemy has a flaw that will only appear once, and he has a chance to kill the enemy. So, if it were you, which one would you choose to do? A cold and emotionless voice suddenly appeared in the darkness. Chi-Yu felt the darkness around him and said calmly, "I would save my beloved woman." "Then, if you know that you won't be able to kill the enemy if you save your beloved woman, and that you and your woman will likely be killed by him, will you still choose to do so?" Chi-Yu said without hesitation, "I will." "Tell me why?" The cold voice seemed a little surprised. Chi-Yu said indifferently, "There is no why. The reason why I choose the lesser of two evils is very simple." "Please explain." "If you killed your enemy at that time, then you won't have to die. If that's the case, then it should be the lesser of two evils." Chi-Yu smiled indifferently. "No, you're wrong. It's just that we have a different way of understanding it. It's actually very simple. If the woman I love is dead, then what's the point of me living? I will definitely die, even if I kill the enemy. After my beloved woman is captured, if I can save her in time, at least we can see each other one last time and spend more time together. Even if I am killed by the enemy later, we can still be together for a longer time. In that case, do I still have a choice?" The voice fell into a pause. "I think you should have already guessed what I represent." Chi-Yu said, "The Xianyuan sword." "That's right, I'm the Xianyuan sword. From my test on you, I can see that you're a very emotional person. To put it nicely, you're very emotional. To put it bluntly, you're not calm enough and you're even stupid. Do you think that a person like you can be the true master of the Xianyuan sword?" Chi-Yu smiled indifferently and said, "If you think so, I have nothing to say." The Xianyuan sword said coldly, "I will give you one more chance. After all, it was not easy for you to pass this stage. Although you failed the previous test and were not calm, I am still willing to give you one last chance. Now I will give you three choices. First, give up everything you have before and stay in the era of the ancient beasts. I can consider giving you the ability of the Xianyuan sword to help you tidy up this era. Second, kill Huang Emperor and you can also get me. This means that you have enough rationality. Huang Emperor is already dead. Even if his soul is still alive, it will stay in the Xianyuan tomb forever. Since your new sword soul is about to be born, then he must die. The third choice is the simplest. I can still give you the Xianyuan sword, but the requirement is to deprive the source of the nature and give you the extra life. Now, you can choose one of these three. You must understand that the Xianyuan sword can give you a powerful attack that no other artifact has. With the Xianyuan sword, as your strength increases and your own Kirin's bloodline, you will definitely become the strongest person in this world in the near future. I will now give you three choices. As long as you choose one, you can have it. I will give you 10 seconds to think about it. After 10 seconds, give me a definite answer." Chi-Yu smiled. "I don't need 10 seconds. I will answer you now. I choose the fourth one." "There is no fourth one." The Xianyuan sword reprimanded him bluntly. Chi-Yu replied, "Who says there isn't? The fourth condition is that I can't obtain you. Isn't that solved?" Xianyuan sword, "Yes, I really want to obtain you and possess your powerful attack power. However, obtaining you doesn't mean everything. Compared to obtaining you, the conditions you have proposed are things that I cannot afford to lose. Therefore, I don't even need to think about it. I can give you my answer now." "Are you really not willing to think about it?" The Xianyuan sword is the most powerful of the 10 ancient artifacts. At the same time, with the Xianyuan sword, you can command all the humans in this era to listen to your command. You can become an emperor like Huang Emperor, or even surpass him. You can lead the human race to achieve immortal achievements. You can become an expert respected by the future generations. Even all the women in this era can become your woman. Are you not willing to become a hero who changes history? Even if you are willing to go back to your era, you can choose the second option. You can still obtain my ability. Qiyu smiled and shook his head. The fourth option. With a flash of light, Huang Emperor suddenly appeared in this endless darkness. Under the illumination of the golden light on his body, everything around him suddenly became bright. Idiot, hurry up and agree. So what if I die? For the sake of the entire human race, it's worth it even if my soul is shattered. You idiot, if you still recognize me as your master, hurry up and agree. This is your only chance. Looking at the emperor who suddenly appeared, Qiyu said stubbornly, Master, will you be happy if I agree? However, there is one thing that I am different from you. Perhaps you can sacrifice anything for the sake of humanity, but I am different. The Xianyuan sword is right. I am a very emotional person. Perhaps you can say that I am short-sighted, but I will never give up what originally belongs to me for the sake of obtaining great power. You are my master. If I kill you, even if I obtain the entire world, I will not be happy. Although the Xianyuan sword is powerful, I would rather not have it. I would rather rely on my own hard work to continuously improve my strength. I will never give up on you and change my own ideals because of him. These last words were said resolutely and without any room for negotiation. Huang Emperor's figure disappeared. The cold voice of the Xianyuan sword appeared again. Then, what if I tell you that if you don't choose one of these three options, you will stay in this darkness forever? Qiyu was stunned and said, You're trying to scare me. The Xianyuan sword laughed and said coldly, Do you think I'm scaring you? Qiyu also laughed. If I don't agree to your conditions and you want to kill me, then it won't be the Xianyuan sword, but the Xianyuan demon sword. If you want to become the demon sword, then I can't do anything about it. The Xianyuan sword coldly snorted and said, So you're saying that you don't intend to change your mind? Qiyu smiled indifferently and said, That's right. Even if I can't obtain the Xianyuan sword, you won't kill me. I am confident of this. The Xianyuan sword didn't say anything else. The dark space that Qiyu was in suddenly changed. The surroundings suddenly lit up, allowing Qiyu to see his own body. The light became stronger and stronger. The originally dark space became golden. Qiyu's heart trembled. He thought to himself, Does this Xianyuan sword really want to kill me? No, it can't be. Since it is an ancient artifact, and it has Huang Emperor as its soul, why would it do such a thing? Didn't Huang Emperor say that the Xianyuan sword represents courage, wisdom, and benevolence? No matter how you look at it, it can't kill me. Thinking of this, Qiyu sat cross-legged in this empty space. He used his own thundercloud force to block his vision so that the golden light wouldn't irritate his eyes. At the same time, he spread the thundercloud force around his body and actually began to cultivate. A huge pressure appeared without warning. It launched an endless attack on Qiyu's body like waves. Qiyu's decision to block his vision was undoubtedly very smart. If he opened his eyes now, he would definitely see countless sword souls of the Xianyuan sword attacking his body. However, although he could not see everything around him, the huge pressure still slowly suppressed the thundercloud force in his body. Even his bones began to creak. His body felt like it was on fire. The intense pain passed through his skin, meridians, bones, muscles, and almost everywhere into the reflex area of his brain. Qiyu gritted his teeth and endured it, not letting himself cry out in pain. The pressure of the surrounding energy became stronger and stronger. After all, Qiyu's body had been transformed by the source of nature. Although his body had begun to distort under the huge pressure, he still showed no signs of collapse. His jade-like bones and meridians were extremely tough, although the external pressure was getting stronger. Chi Yu's resistance was also getting stronger. Anyway, he did not think of fighting back, so he simply spread his thundercloud force to every meridian and bone in his body, allowing the external energy to constantly impact his body. At this moment, Chi Yu suddenly recalled a novel he had read in the past. It was written by a famous author in his era. He still remembered that there was such a phrase in that novel. Let him be strong, let him be strong. The cool breeze supports the mountain ridge. The burden in his heart was instantly lifted. He forcefully merged his mental strength into his mind and stopped it from spreading outwards. At the same time, he used his body to feel everything around him. Although this was a space of nothingness, since space existed, it had a carrier. Chi Yu's heart was very calm. All the pain seemed to no longer be important at this moment. Just like when he felt the vitality of nature, he felt the impact of the surrounding energy on him. The energy no longer seemed to be an offensive force, but a part of this world. And he was also a part of this space. In this space of nothingness, Chi Yu's body gradually changed. In the beginning, his body was like a small boat under the impact of the surging energy, up and down, rolling in a constant impact. Gradually, his body became slower in the energy fluctuations. As the energy surged, this space had no boundaries, and the impact of the energy always had a certain pattern and direction. His body moved accordingly. In this case, the energy attacking his body could no longer bring him any harm. At the same time, his originally dim body gradually changed. A layer of golden light appeared on Chi Yu's skin, just like the surrounding golden space. At this moment, he no longer looked like a person, but like a wave of energy in this space, moving along with the energy fluctuations. Chi Yu's mind was completely immersed in this space, forgetting about the attack and forgetting about his own life and death. At this moment, he had completely integrated into the space, becoming an important part of this space. A faint light and shadow lit up in the space, and Huang Emperor appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. At the same time, a sword appeared, the Shenyuan sword. Huang Emperor revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It's time to end it. A somewhat unwilling voice came from the Shenyuan sword. How is this possible? This is completely different from what should have happened. He doesn't belong to this era. It's impossible for him to be my controller. Huang Emperor took a deep look at the Shenyuan sword and smiled. This child just told me that in this world, nothing is impossible. Did you not see it? He has already entered the realm of being one with the world, and the requirement for your last checkpoint is also to be one with the world, to be able to integrate into this space so quickly. Even the me back then was far inferior. The Shenyuan sword's voice sounded a little strange. But back then, you were the true chosen one, and he was just an accident. Huang Emperor said indifferently, even if it was an accident, so what? Can you be sure that this isn't the result of heaven's arrangement? Can you be sure that he can't be your master? Everything he has done, I believe you have seen it. The Shenyuan sword said with some unwillingness, that's right, he has enough courage and is unyielding. In the face of the threat of death, the first thing he thought of was his lover. In terms of courage, he is impeccable. He can be so calm in the face of death. What else in this world can make him afraid? However, in addition to being mighty, to become my master, he must have wisdom and a heart of benevolence. I don't think his wisdom is that great. This idiot on such an easy choice, he is as stubborn as a stone in a latrine pit. Could it be that I am not attractive to this guy at all? Huang Emperor laughed. No, it's not that you are not attractive to him. It's that the question you ask to him is useless. In his heart, although you are very attractive, compared to you, there are many other things that are more important. If you say that he is not intelligent, then you are even worse. He can judge that you will never kill him. Even if you are a little less intelligent, you can barely pass the test. As for benevolence, I can't say for sure. It depends on your own judgment. Now that he has passed the test of the oneness of heaven and men, he was able to withstand the huge pressure and completely integrated into this space. Now the choice is in front of you. Choose him or let him leave. After all, he is not the one destined for you. You still have a choice. Even if you choose to let him leave, he has no regrets. At least, after going through your test, his spiritual force and willpower have been greatly improved. However, this child is indeed a little too emotional. First of all, it is shown in the words of killing and love. However, he also has a heart of justice, so I am not worried. Well, quickly give me a choice. It's time for him to leave. After listening to Huang Emperor's words, Xianyuan Jian fell into silence. He was thinking deeply. Since Qiyu entered the illusion of Xianyuan, everything that had happened kept flowing in his mind. After a long time, Xianyuan Jian let out a long sigh. From a rational point of view, I really shouldn't choose him. He is not the one destined for me. At the same time, I don't like his character very much. This kid is a little too self-righteous. Huang Emperor did not say anything. He just looked at Xianyuan Jian with a smile. Xianyuan Jian continued, however, after all, I have stayed in this place for too long. This kid can be considered as barely qualified. If I let him go, I don't know how many years I will have to stay here. Thinking about it, it's not a bad idea. After all, this kid still has the blood of Kirin. Following him is not a disgrace to me. However, I will not help him in any way, unless his strength is sufficient. Otherwise, I will not let him use my power for no reason. Huang Emperor smiled and said, So, you are ready to make the emotional choice. Xianyuan Jian snorted and said, I hope my choice is not wrong. Huang Emperor, Xuanyuan's grave is in your hands. Huang Emperor smiled and said, We are all so old friends. Why do you have to say this? All right, it's time to end it. In Xuanyuan's grave, Qiyu was still standing there, both hands holding the huge hilt of Xianyuan Jian. At this time, his body was releasing the same golden luster as Xianyuan Jian, and the hilt of Xianyuan Jian had turned from black to gold. The mysterious small characters on the hilt of the sword were now in a state of energy in the air, revolving slowly around Qiyu's body. Circles of golden halos were constantly emitted from Qiyu and Xianyuan Jian. Suddenly, Qiyu's body trembled slightly. Then, in between his eyebrows, a golden light suddenly lit up, and a drop of blood slowly dripped down from between his eyebrows, right onto the huge hilt of Xianyuan Jian. As if waking up from a distant dream, Qiyu slowly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed solid, and two golden rays shot out like lightning, just like the light from Huang Emperor's eyes when he saw Huang Emperor for the first time. At this moment, he no longer looked like a ruffian, but was full of the aura of a king like Huang Emperor. Standing there, he looked like a king who could control everything, and the golden light in his eyes seemed to overlook every corner of this space. He slowly raised his hands, and a loud buzzing sound that was countless times clearer than a dragon's roar sounded from the point where the Xianyuan Jian and the hilt of the sword were connected. A dazzling golden light overflowed from the gap that suddenly appeared, and everything around it seemed to be eclipsed by this golden light. The sword was slowly pulled out by Qiyu centimeter by centimeter, and the golden light also became more and more intense. In Xuanyuan's grave, the originally bright sky gradually darkened, just like the night of other people. In this dark sky, countless stars appeared around a golden moon, shining brightly with a rising golden sun on the other side. In the distance, there seemed to be countless majestic mountains, and countless plants seemed to be growing vigorously on those mountains. The hurried sound of flowing water brought vitality to this originally silent world. Qiyu's seemingly solid gaze fell on the body of the Xianyuan Jian. The dazzling golden light on the sword did not seem to affect his vision at all. He murmured, One side is carved with the sun, moon, and stars, and the other side is carved with the mountains, rivers, and plants. The Xianyuan Jian, do you actually represent the entire world? As soon as he finished speaking, Qiyu suddenly swung his hands. With a clear buzzing sound, The 2-meter-long Xian Yuan Jian was unsheathed and appeared in Qi Yu's hands out of thin air. With both hands tightly on the hilt of the sword, Qi Yu's eyes were filled with a strange light. As he looked at the huge sword, all kinds of wonderful feelings continuously rose from every cell in his body. The Xian Yuan Jian shone with a strange light, and it shone on Qi Yu's body. A clear buzzing sound rang out along with the sword. Master, from now on until your death, Xian Yuan Jian will always protect you and become your most beneficial arm. Qi Yu smiled faintly. I will also always protect you and not let your Xian Yuan Jian suffer even the slightest bit of humiliation. A golden light shot out from between Qi Yu's eyebrows. Immediately after, the light of the Xian Yuan Jian suddenly weakened. The huge scabbard struggled out of the stone and merged with the sword. With a flash of light, it had already entered Qi Yu's body from between his eyebrows. At this moment, the ground under Qi Yu's feet shook violently, and shocking cracks appeared on the seemingly sturdy, white jade platform. With a slight thought, Qi Yu's body floated up. Until now, his spirit had not completely awakened from the illusion of the Xian Yuan Jian. He listened to the loud rumbling sound under his feet and watched as the 100-meter-long white jade stairs gradually disappeared. Mountains, rivers, and the sun, moon, and stars in the sky became increasingly bright. Was all of this real? I have really obtained the Xian Yuan Jian, one of the 10 great ancient artifacts. Qi Yu's heart was filled with doubts, and his brain was also in the process of gradually waking up. Yes, my child, you have truly obtained the Xian Yuan Jian. This is something that even I did not expect. With a flash of light, Huang Emperor had already appeared beside Qi Yu out of thin air and was looking at him with a smile. Master, what is going on? When Qi Yu saw Huang Emperor, it was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Huang Emperor looked at him deeply and gently shook his head. Silly boy, you are not like me. Qi Yu looked at Huang Emperor in confusion. Huang Emperor smiled and said, If I were you, when the Xian Yuan Jian proposed those 3 paths, I would definitely choose the second one. Sacrificing my life in exchange for the birth of the Xian Yuan Jian is definitely worth it. But you, silly boy, are willing to give it up. Qi Yu said, How could that be a choice? A teacher for a day, a father for life. Not to mention the Xian Yuan Jian. Even if all the 10 great ancient artifacts came together, they would not be able to persuade me to harm my own family. At this time, his mind was gradually clearing up. When he recalled everything that had happened, it seemed like he had done it subconsciously. He did not know that what the Xian Yuan Jian had triggered was exactly what his subconscious could do. Only in this way could one truly test one's character. As for the process of merging with the Xian Yuan Jian, it was completely driven by the divine power of the Xian Yuan Jian, and it was not intentional on Qi Yu's part. The way Huang Emperor looked at Qi Yu changed. At first, the Xian Yuan Jian gave me 3 choices. One of them was to sacrifice my soul after death to become the sword soul that protected him. The other 2 were to destroy all my clansmen and leave this world to go to another space. Therefore, I chose to become the sword soul. In fact, today, the Xian Yuan Jian did not intend to let you pass the test. Among the 3 conditions he gave me, only the condition of becoming the sword soul could truly pass his test. But today, of the 3 conditions he gave you, none of them could let you become the master of the Xian Yuan Jian. It was your luck, or rather, your will that finally made you become its master. All of this seems to be fate. Qi Yu looked at Huang Emperor and smiled. I really did not expect that I would be able to inherit your hope and become the new master of the Xian Yuan Jian. To be honest, I still feel like I'm dreaming. The Xian Yuan Jian, it's actually the Xian Yuan Jian. This is simply unbelievable. After his spirit cleared up, what followed was ecstasy. Qi Yu had already seen the sharpness of the Xian Yuan Jian. Being able to possess such a divine artifact, not only would he have a greater chance of obtaining the Kunlun mirrors, but at the same time, it would definitely be able to raise his strength to another peak. Even if it still could not be compared to the Bull Demon King, it would at least have a certain deterrent effect on him. Huang Emperor's face darkened, and he said solemnly, "Qiyu, don't think that just because you have obtained the Shenyuan Jian, you can become the second me, or become a peerless master. In this world, nothing can be obtained without effort, especially powerful strength. The Shenyuan Jian is not as easy to use as you think. If you want to use the Shenyuan Jian strength, you must first have enough strength. Otherwise, you will not be able to activate the sword spirit of the Shenyuan Jian. As for activating this divine artifact, you are different from me. Back then, I was chosen by the Shenyuan Jian as its master, and you became its master by chance. Under such circumstances, if you want to use the power of the Shenyuan Jian, you cannot activate it directly like I did back then. Instead, you must use your own energy to activate it. Based on your current situation, it will be very difficult for you to even use it once. It could even be said to be impossible." Qiyu was stunned and said, "Then isn't it the same as not having the Shenyuan Jian?" Huang Emperor smiled and said, "Of course you can't say that. Or you can understand it this way. After obtaining the Shenyuan Jian, when your strength reaches a certain level, the attack power that you can release in an instant can be multiplied several times. And after you have been baptized by the origin of nature, you have become the origin of nature and are no longer limited by your lifespan. Therefore, you have a long time to improve your strength. As long as you are willing to work hard, one day, you will be able to become its true master." Qiyu nodded his head helplessly and said, "I understand. Anyway, having such a thing is better than not having it at all." Huang Emperor smiled and said, "You are wrong about this. Although you can't fully use the Shenyuan Jian, the aura of the Shenyuan Jian is very clear in our era. Perhaps ordinary ancient beasts can't feel it, but strong people like the Bull Demon King or even the 3 fierce kings under him can definitely feel the aura of the Shenyuan Jian. You have to protect yourself in the future." "Damn, I can see it, but not use it. It's a hot potato. Teacher, can I not have it?" After listening to Huang Emperor's words, Qiyu suddenly understood that obtaining the Shenyuan Jian was not a good thing. Huang Emperor was slightly angry and said, "T. The Shenyuan Jian is such a precious treasure. It was not easy for you to obtain it. How can you give it up? Moreover, it has already recognized a master, so it is easy for you to make it disappear. Then you can just commit suicide. As long as you die, the Shenyuan Jian will naturally return to this Shenyuan tomb." "Ah, I see. In that case, forget it. I'll reluctantly become his master." Looking at Qiyu's resentful face, Huang Emperor really had the urge to beat him up. However, now that he had become the master of the Shenyuan Jian, the power of the Shenyuan Jian that Huang Emperor could exert would not be able to cause any harm to him. Moreover, Qiyu had a lot of Kirin's treasures. If they really fought, even if he did not use the silver dragon shield, Huang Emperor did not know what his chances of winning were.